Okay, we should be live. Welcome back, everyone. Let me just get the link, post it out on Twitter. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be building two products again today. So we're going to be building the LLM prediction engine stuff and the content generation pipeline application. One thing I do want to do actually, I just had this idea the other day of on my website, maybe as a database or maybe just as I'll create a database for now, but having an idea of like ideas and problems kind of table uh, and just having it as description, kind of a reference for potential ideas for features or products and problems that I'm having that I want to solve, potentially through building features. So one of them is posting across all social platforms in a clean way. Because like currently it's like when you do Streamlabs, it goes to Twitter. Like that's not that great. Like I have to go then get the link from YouTube. It'd be nice if I had a thing that just basically said like, oh, when I go live on YouTube, post this message across all of the channels with the link to it. That'd be nice. So that's kind of one of the problems we've got currently, which would be nice to solve. Other than that, I think that's kind of all the problems I've got at the moment. So let's get down to building. Again, if you're new to the channel, please do join. Get involved with the chat, get involved with the stream. And of course, don't forget to subscribe if you're not subscribed to the channel. I'm trying to get to 100 subscribers. So we're almost there, getting close. And of course, if you've got any ideas for products or anything you'd like to see built on stream, let me know and we can go ahead and build it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get going with the things we are looking at today. So as I said, we are building two things today. We're building the content generation pipeline. So that is going to be an application that helps me build content for YouTube, for TikTok, for YouTube Shorts, etc. Giving me ideas, maybe writing scripts. Maybe we could even get it to be actually generating images and all that kind of stuff. Who knows? And then also probably add in some like scheduling stuff as well to post it all across all the platforms. So that's one of the problems I'm currently having. And the other thing will be the LLM prediction engine. But let's kick off with the shorts stuff today. So one thing I have added that we don't have currently is I've added this Claude skill to review code. So I think currently my kind of process of just writing code, basically not checking it and just shipping it is okay, but we end up with a lot of crap code as we've seen in the LLM prediction engine. And I could go and fix all that code, but that's kind of not the point of these things. The point is to kind of, can we build products and can we make money, not can we build nice code. But obviously if we get to the point where we're making money, we want good code so that we can maintain it and build at a fast velocity and make sure the product is a good structure. So I've added the Claude skill here. I don't know whether this is going to work with Kimi, whether it even has like a skills. It does have a skills thing, so maybe it will still work there. Maybe we can ask Kimi. Can you run skills that are in the Claude file or Claude directory, or do we need to be in a separate directory? Please let me know. So we'll also add one to the LLM prediction engine as well, but we'll do that in a second. So with Kimi and with this project, we didn't have much success yesterday. We spent a lot of credit on OpenRouter to kind of get nowhere. We failed with Queen. We wasted a lot of credit with Opus. It did do the job, but it was very expensive to just create kind of a Django project, which is not particularly useful. So looking at where we are in our, I think it's in the plan document, we've implemented feature 1.2 as well now. So we should have the feed source model and the admin stuff, and I think we do from what I remember. If I go ahead and run the development server, I think it is. It's been ages since I've ever used a Python project, so what make run is it? So we should be able to do that. So content gen terminal. So make run, and that should in theory run the server. Warnings to unapplied migrations. Project may not. Okay, make migrate. Make run. Okay, so we should get a development server. We don't have a home page yet, but we just have like an admin page. Oh, I can't remember what the password was. I think I had it in 1Password. Yeah, let me just go off screen 2 seconds while I go to 1Password, and we'll have a look. Open up 1Password. What was it? It was, pretty sure I tagged it with something. This is the problem with all this, like you create a tag, you never remember what it is. That's my Phantom wallet. Okay, maybe I didn't create an account. I'll have to fix that then. I think there is a thing to do that. So install hooks, make migrations, shell. Was it readme? Make install, make migrate, make run, make test, make hooks. There we go. Python manage create super user. So yeah, I think I added it to the README, but then I think it totally deleted it just because it was like, why is there this random? So I call super user cannot type password. I'll stick that in the env as well, I think. Okay, so now when we run the dev server, should be able to log in with this. Okay, yeah, good. So now we also have the feed sources thing as well, which is good. So we can add feeds. So test. I don't know. Was it hacker news RSS? It's not what I wanted because that one category, call it news. Yeah, that's fine. Just save that. Okay, and so we do get it. Okay, that's good. So that's working as we kind of expect. One thing we don't currently do is have any like integration testing or behavior-driven testing, which would be good to have. So I will actually add in the plan that we must do that as well, because that will be very useful to have. Let me just add this to .env example so that it doesn't get rid of it. Okay, so what did Kimmy say? I can run skills from anywhere in your workspace. You don't need a separate directory. Skills are not available project-wide. Okay, so cool. So that can do that. Awesome. I need to go to plan mode. Okay, so we're going to have to look at the shorts pipeline plan. Please read this plan in great detail and understand all the intricacies. We've currently implemented feature 1.2, but one thing I do want to have before we move further and for all future features is to have some full testing, end-to-end testing. So using something like Cucumber and browser emulation, etc., and actually having user flows as tests. Come up with a plan for that and decide what the best tech to use is. I don't think Cucumber is quite kind of state of the art for that. So give me some options, come up with a plan. So that will kick off and give us some kind of information. So we'll let that do what it needs to do. In our LLM prediction stuff, let's open up Claude. Okay, so we've got Claude running here on the LLM betting side of things, prediction stuff. So where we got to yesterday, we have the ability to make predictions, which is good. We just don't currently have the LLMs actually making the predictions themselves. It's just kind of default weighting in the data. So one thing I want to do is to get those weights added to the database and that flow. I don't know why that's red when you go in it. Nothing's red. So that's the plan for now for this one, is to actually get the LLMs to come up with their own weights and stuff, and then we can store that as a migration file to start off with as the kind of basic version of it. So let's ask Claude how we can go about doing that. And we'll get it to come up with a plan for that. So we'll get it to read the research file, and then we'll get it to come up with a decent plan. Please read the research markdown in great detail. Do not implement anything, just come up with a plan. What we want to do is, once you've got a context of the product and the code, etc., is we want to come up with a clean way that we can get the LLMs to create their prediction weights. So we do currently have a prompt and some code logic for that. I don't know whether it all works. So give me the instructions to run that, and then we can create a migration based on some initial weights for that kind of data. And we also need to make sure that we can come up with a clean way to run that consistently and get data for new models and stuff. So we'll see what that comes up with. It's at that file there. Did it not? Okay, there we go. Okay, so Kimmy has come up with a plan. Let's have a look, shall we? What needs a... Okay, so read through the entire plan. Sophisticated Django React pipeline with Discord integration. Maybe analyze what needs end-to-end testing and propose the best modern approach. Django backend, React frontend, Discord bot, Celery for async tasks, admin flow, React UI, Discord flows, full pipeline. Yep. Okay, so it's Mechanism Playwright, which I have heard of that, and I think I used that at one of my previous roles. I think that was the tool that they had there for their testing. Yeah, I mean, we're still going to be using Playwright, PyTest and stuff. So we still want to have multiple testing stuff. So we're not going to get rid of unit tests and stuff. My recommendation: Playwright for end-to-end, existing PyTest extended. Yeah, factory boy Playwright code gen to speed up test writing. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that proposal. Questions for you: Discord testing. Do you want to test against a real Discord server or mock the Discord? Let's. Yeah, I'll create a test Discord server and provide a webhook for that. So let's test against the real one. I'll obviously have to manually verify that, and we can just check that the call goes through correctly, but it'll be good to check that it's there. LLM mocking for end-to-end tests. Should we mock open-routed responses? Yes, we should mock the LLM calls. Fresh database per run. For the database, let's just stick with one for now. If you start running into issues, we can do per test, but one should be fine for now. Every PR, please. I think it needs to run in GitHub Actions, yeah. I'd say let's go for 80% for end-to-end flows. Actually, no, yeah, we want 100% of the core user flows tested. so that when we're making changes, we can be really confident that we've not broken anything. So yeah, come up with the full detailed plan. I'm happy to go with your recommendation for the tech stack. It makes sense to use Playwright and keep PyTest, etc. Come up with a plan, and then once you're happy with the plan, I will give you access to write the plan to the markdown files, and we can go ahead and start implementing. Okay, so let's leave that to go. Claude is still working its way through. QWERTY, hello. Hello, Push as well. I know very little Playwright, but I always wanted to automate X posting. 6X API is costly. Is it possible Playwright? If yes, how? Yeah, you can definitely automate that with Playwright. So the only stuff you might run into is like captures and that kind of stuff, but it should be fairly easy. So basically what Playwright does, if you've never used it, and like all the kind of tools that are like this, Selenium and all the other ones, basically just gives you access to the browser APIs and stuff. So you can basically have a headless browser so that you can't see anything, or you can have the head one and you can see what it's doing. And it's basically a bot that will go and click on the buttons and all that kind of stuff. So you could, in theory, easily load up your Twitter page, get it to click on the tweet box, type in your tweet, and post it. You may have to work around like bot protection stuff, but that's kind of a bigger problem, I guess. You're always going to have. I'm using N8A. Yeah, I have my own private Discord server where I use from. Yeah, I've not used N8N myself, but I mean it's a really cool tool from what I understand. Probably will wire it up at some point and start using it because the automations and stuff are very nice, and it's easier than me building like a workflow tool that basically copies and clones N8N. Although having said that, a lot of it is quite straightforward. I don't necessarily need the UI. I can definitely do all of it via like JSON config and stuff, and I'm happy to handle that. How does headless browser going to help with authentication? You can still authenticate with the headless stuff. Like you just give it, it will just go to the login page and type in your email address and you'll log in. Like if you do have stuff like the capture and stuff coming up, then it's more difficult, but there are like strategies you can use to solve that. I would suggest you kind of Google, well, I would say like get Playwright, just play around with it and see whether it works for what you want. If you run into problems around like the authentication on Twitter using Playwright and that kind of stuff, then you'll have to research kind of what the issue is and then how you solve it. But all those things are definitely solvable. All the automation stuff is definitely solvable. And yeah, just give it a go. And then if you get stuck, ask Google or ChatGPT nowadays and see where you can get, basically. There was actually a really interesting article I saw on Hack and Use. Well, not article, but interesting thing from Google today about the MCP. Was it Web MPC is available for early preview? So basically, the idea behind Web MCP is that developers will basically write, code for agents, and then the agents like OpenClaw and Claude and Gemini and all that kind of stuff can use those APIs to do things on your website. So for the Twitter one, for example, it might be there's an agent to post on there. You can imagine on Amazon, there would be an agent to kind of search for products, purchase products, and all those kind of things. So it's a really interesting idea. Maybe it means that Google will have a big moat and are kind of in control of that kind of stuff. But interesting to see how all this kind of develops, because it definitely feels like 10, 15 years ago, APIs were the thing that everything had to have. You had to have an API, and the whole idea was that everyone would be building stuff and using all the APIs for websites and products. Turns out that only engineers want to use those and know how to, whereas if we go down the MCP route, they can kind of use those APIs, and you have an agent that can understand all of that and build stuff and do stuff for you. So super interesting. How far it will go, I don't know, but we'll see. Okay. So yeah, welcome to the channel, guys. Please do subscribe if you've not subscribed already. Get involved in the chat. say hello, ask any questions. Currently building 2 products, the LLM prediction engine, so pitting the agents against each other, trying to bet or trying to predict the future of sporting events and stuff, seeing which one can win money or lose money the least, and then a content generation pipeline. This one here is the LLM prediction engine, just getting it to understand what's going on, and then come up with a way to actually create the weights to do the prediction engine, basically. So a few issues that need fixing before this is clean and reliable. So I need to add the API key to open API key. Yeah, that's fine. Load competitor from Tuso. Find no existing version. Fall back to default weights. Build a feedback prompt with 0 stats and empty outcome. First run. Call open router with model to generate weights. Validate with Zod plus runtime tests. Save. Yeah, okay. Issues with that need fixing. Cold start is suboptimal. Always use generate with feedback, even for brand new competitors with 0 history. The prompt will say, with an empty leaderboard, there's a perfectly good generate weight method. Okay, yeah, we'll get that fixed. Feedback prompt says generate complete, improved TypeScript engine. Okay, yeah, we need to update the prompt. That's fine. Because I basically changed the way this was going to work. Rather than getting it to build the prediction engine in code, we basically built a standardized prediction engine, and then we'll pass in the data that the LLM comes up with. So basically, it will pick the weights for various statistics and how it wants to do it. So like, if it's a home team, it will give that a particular weight, and then based on that, we'll come up with a prediction. Model IDs are stale in the migration. Okay, yeah. No way to add new competitors without writing SQL. Okay, don't care about that for the moment. Actually, well, might as well get it to do it. No seed weights for bulk initial grade generation. Okay, yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is get to come up. Okay, can you please write this as a plan markdown document in the docs features directory with all the steps and a to-do list. Do not implement any code yet. Okay, so we'll get that going. Looks like Kimmy's still coming up with the plan. No, it's definitely not a base MacBook Air, no. It's got extra RAM and various things. It's pretty old now, but it's not a base MacBook Air. Okay. Oh, the 7 flows above complete. The 7 flows are correct, but they have not been implemented yet. So just add those, well, add the requirements for the testing to the plan document, so the main plan document, for features that haven't been implemented. So we're only up to feature 1.2. That's the last one that's been implemented. Single channel or separate channels for different test scenarios. Single channel, no need to clean up or anything like that. Right, auth, create user auth via API with login token, recommended, realistic approach to actually fill in forms. Yeah, when we get the React UI auth and stuff, we will, have to have a test to fill in the auth, absolutely. And then we can use that authenticated thing to do the other tests. Let's just start with sequential for now because it's just easier. The speed's not an issue. Any scenarios needing file uploads, custom RSS, etc. We will be doing file uploads in the future, but I would say don't worry about that for now. It's kind of out of scope. Create the markdown file. Yeah, can you please create the detailed plan markdown file? Do not implement any code yet. Once we're happy with the markdown file, we'll get you to implement it. So create a feature file in the features directory for adding the testing suite, and then the tests for features 1.2, and then also update the main plan document for each of the future features to include the end-to-end tests, please. Again, do not implement any code other than updating and creating the markdown files. Okay, so we'll see how that goes. So yeah, telling it not to implement stuff is definitely a crucial thing. Hello, Baby's Hotel, Pala. Welcome to the channel. Don't forget to subscribe. Trying to get to 100 subscribers today, if we can. And of course, don't forget to join the Discord server. It's still fairly new, the Discord server, but what we will be adding is various cool little features. So one thing we'll be doing is adding the ability for people to compete against the LLMs when we're doing the bets. So we'll be able to see that, and you'll be able to see all the bets and all that kind of stuff, all the progress, and get involved in the community. So yeah, do go ahead and join that. I would really appreciate it, and likewise subscribe to the channel. As I say, trying to get to 100 subscribers, which would be really awesome. Obviously, it doesn't actually get me anywhere, but making progress. So yeah, so this plan here that Claude's come up with, basically a way to clean up the generation of the prediction weightings, and then give me a way to actually create them in a clean way. Yep, so that's all sensible. Use cold start. Yeah. Create that script, that's fine. Empty A key, yeah. Clear error message. Top of main, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Please don't forget to use TDD and all the best practices that are listed out in the research files. But you can go ahead and implement that stuff. Okay, so we'll get that implemented. And then one thing we will do as well, I don't have the skill here, I don't think. But we will add a skill that is a review skill. And we'll get Claude to write it. But we'll add the skill in, and that will give us the ability to get Claude to do a review of its own changes, like another agent. And we'll add in lots of stuff around what we are expecting for the standards, the way that it all works, the architecture, etc. And that will just mean that we can write code and then get Claude to review it, get the review, then make some updates. So hopefully we can get kind of improve the quality of the code, because it's been pretty crap so far from what I've seen. Not looked at it too much, but there's been various things where you just kind of go, that's absolutely crazy. Why is it doing that? A lot of it is basically any file that I've looked at, I've kind of gone, oh, that's awful. But the goal is not to have perfect code. The goal is to see if we can build stuff and kind of make money. So hello, the Mixed Fitness and Thunderbolt. So no, we've not made any money yet. We're still kind of only 5 or 6 days into it realistically. We've only built a couple of little small products. So I've got a website that kind of tracking all of this as well in the open. So one thing we've built on stream so far is this talkie texty, which is this tool that I'm using here to do kind of speech to text just for my prompting. The other thing we're building is this LLM prediction competition. So this is what Claude is doing currently. And the idea behind this is that we are going to get the LLMs to come up with its own prediction model for sporting events, and then we will make the bets that the LLMs predict on Polymarket. So the idea behind this is like, can the LLMs compete against each other, and who can make more money, who can lose the least money? We will see. And it's just an interesting idea. The idea behind this one is like not to make money. It's more to hopefully build something interesting. Hopefully we can get some virality on building content. So if I can make TikTok shorts and all that kind of stuff around kind of what's going on. And obviously there's money involved as well. So that's kind of interesting. So this one, I guess, is more of a, can we build the audience product rather than a make money product? If we make money from it, awesome. But I'm not expecting to make money. if the LLMs can predict the future, that'd be awesome, and I'd be very rich. But not not holding out much hope on that one. But we'll see how it goes. And then the other thing we're building here, this is Kimi using open code, so the Kimi K2 model. This is essentially going to be a product that allows, well, helps me generate content for things like YouTube, TikTok Shorts, etc. And the idea behind it is that I can sign up to various RSS feeds, so things like Reddit, Hacker News, various news organizations, and get various kind of news stories, articles, and stuff come in. We can then pass them to the LLM with a prompt to kind of determine whether it thinks it's going to make a good short TikTok video or maybe a longer form video. I can then pick which ones I think are good. We can then get the LLM to write a script based on kind of some prompts that I give it, like coming up with an interesting hook, an interesting title, all that kind of stuff. We'll then tag all that data with some tags, so like the type of hook, the type of content, all that kind of stuff. I'll then make the content, post it. We'll then collect all the analytics from that content and try and work out what things are working on the content, what builds more audience, what has better retention, all that kind of stuff, trying to be really data driven. So making sure that we can actually incrementally improve and get better in terms of the content generation and the audience and the retention, all that kind of stuff. So trying to be intelligent about the way we go about these things, but we'll see. As I say, I'm still fairly new to making content and streaming and all this kind of stuff, but we'll see exactly how it all goes. Hopefully we're not running into problems that we had the other day with open code and the other models, where it was just running into kind of infinite loops and not having permissions and running the wrong commands, but we will see. So hello guys, yeah, don't forget to subscribe. Maybe it could be scaled to trading. Yeah, I mean, potentially we can scale it to any kind of market where there is kind of a prediction model involved in it. So one idea I did actually have that I'm going to build as probably a separate product as well. I don't want to go full crypto, but a couple of the products are kind of related to crypto just because of the interest of Polymarket. But I saw a couple of articles the other day. I think one of them was on Hacker News, where someone bet really big on the market for the US attacking Iran. They made a really big bet. They were an entirely new wallet, and they bet like $100,000 or something the day before it all kicked off. And obviously they made tons of money. But that was obviously like insider trading. They obviously knew what was going on. So I had the idea, again, just to kind of potentially draw audience and get people interested and kind of create interesting content, is could we monitor Polymarket and the prediction markets and try and find when we see those kind of insider bets? So for example, if it's a new wallet and it places a bet only on one market and it places a huge bet or a bet that kind of is bigger than average, is that a sign of insider trading? And maybe we can monitor those, tweet out what's going on and say, hey, look, this looks like an insider bet, what's going on, and kind of monitor that. And then we can even do stuff like, oh, can we copy those trades and all that kind of stuff? So interesting idea. Whether we will go down that path or not, I don't know. As I say, I don't want to become a crypto bro, but some of the things on Polymarket are interesting. Crypto is just kind of the mechanism that makes it easy to get involved with, I guess. Awesome. Okay, so Claude is already done. Competitor has no existing version. Iteration, yeah. Feedback prompt fix, yes. Got rid of that. Cool. Model ID, cool. Add competitor scripts, yeah. Bun run. That's fine. API guard, okay. Okay, awesome. So what steps do we need to run to get the LLMs to make the initial prediction engines locally? I'll add the OpenRouter API key to my local environment. But yeah, welcome to the channel, guys. Welcome to the streams. If you've got any ideas or products you want to see built, let me know, and we can definitely add them to the list, and maybe we can build them on stream. Looks like Kimmy's just massively failing here and spending my money. It's failing to create the directory by the looks of it. See, this is the weird thing that keeps happening with like open code and these models is like it doesn't ask for permission. But then it doesn't say like, oh, I don't have permission to do this thing. Okay, well, it seems to have got ahead now, so seem to understand what's going on. Okay, it seems to have moved ahead. No need to panic. Okay, so let's go back to the LLM stuff for now. And yeah, let me know. One thing I'm keen to hear from the audience is like, is it confusing me switching between like these products? Is it better to build just one thing per stream, or are we happy to do both? Keen for feedback on that one. Okay, so let me just go and add the Open API key. So give me 2 seconds. I'm still here, but I'm just going to hide my screen because I don't want to get all my credit on OpenAI, on OpenRouter, stolen from under me. So let me just create this. It'll be 2 seconds. I'll give it a limit of $10. So if I do leak it, it's not end of the world. That's the wrong product. This one. So yeah, I also need to come up with some way to hopefully hide credentials better. Obviously, being on the screen, on stream and stuff, it's very easy to leak credentials, and I've had to reset a lot already, which is super annoying. So maybe I can come up with a tool to stop that happening as well, but we'll see. Sure. What about the game development through AIs? Yeah, I mean, I've never done any game development myself, but I think it would be very useful. I think one thing you're going to struggle with AI game development is the real fine tuning that you need. So when I'm building this, like I don't have some fancy UI where I need everything to line up and be smooth and all this kind of stuff, like you would in a game engine or a game you're building. But I can't imagine the AI will be very good at that kind of stuff. Like I did try and get an AI to build like an animation suite for one of my other YouTube channels that's like a software system design stuff. So like animating boxes and all this kind of stuff. And it didn't really do a particularly great job. It kind of always not quite there. I kind of say like it gets it like 80% of the way there, but then you have to go and do the other 20%. And then it's kind of like, well, I could have just done all of this and save time and save money. So, but give it a go. Yeah, like try it out, see how how it works. You might be surprised that it works really well. The worst thing that happens is you learn some stuff and you move on basically to another project. Like nothing's going to go too wrong. So yeah. Okay, so I've added that now. So I need to export the key. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, generate. Okay, I'm just going to go off screen again because I need to export the key, and I don't want to leak that. So give me 2 seconds. So hopefully this will generate the weights and I won't leak. Oh no, I shouldn't have to export the key. Should just be able to pass it in as an env, hopefully. Burn, run, db migrate. Did that run? Okay, so then we do burn, run, iterate. Terrible naming from that. So yeah, currently just got a credential on screen because I'm having to run a little script. So apologies for that, but it should be done fairly soon. Yeah, definitely welcome to the channel, guys. Do get involved in the chat and don't forget to subscribe. 1 succeeded, 2 failed. Awesome. That's not at all helpful, is it? Okay, unrecognized token. Okay, let me just get Claude to fix these. Okay. As I say, sorry, I've just got a credential on screen, so I'll be 2 seconds, hopefully. Okay, I can come back now, I think. And if I leak it, don't steal my money, please. So we'll come back to that one. So yeah, that's just trying to get the LLMs to create their weightings, basically, so that we have a way to make a prediction. So if you're not sure how this is working, basically, in the database here, so this is Gemini, it's like Flash model that's made a prediction stuff here. So for each kind of statistic, the LLM will come up with a number that represents kind of what it thinks the like how much that statistic matters to the overall result. So for example, like does the home team win a lot, or does the away team lose a lot, sort of thing? What's the form of the team? All these kind of statistic things. It comes up with a weight to see which ones are more important. It then goes into the prediction engine, which kind of puts all these stats together and comes up with a prediction and then how much it wants to bet. And then we'll make the bets, we'll get the results, and then we'll iterate on that. So the LLM will then see what works, we'll see the results of its bets, and then iterate on the weights and kind of hopefully improve them. As we can see here, like in a total of 7 bets that it's made so far, we'd have lost a lot, I think. So we'll see. I've not actually made any bets or anything yet. It's all still in the development phase, but we should be able to get somewhere close in the next couple of days, which would be cool. Right, just going to go edit some more credentials. Give me 2 seconds. Hopefully it's working as I want it to. Okay. Okay, I can come back now. Didn't need to change anything. Claude's still working. And yeah, so Kimmy's still working on the. Oh, great. I'm gonna have to change those in a second then. Kimmy's still working on the end-to-end testing stuff. So the idea behind having a good end-to-end testing suite is that, well, one, it's just good to have anyway, but 2, it means that I don't have to read the code and kind of be really certain of it because we'll have all the features tested. And this end-to-end testing is basically like you load up a browser and you get the program to click through all the buttons, enter all the data, play around as a user exactly would, and you see whether stuff works as you want it to or not. Makes me have more confidence in the product, basically, and the code from the AI. Just going to go check credentials again. They were on screen briefly, but I think they were chopped off, so hopefully they weren't too bad. We'll see. Okay. So yeah, please don't steal my Open Router credit. I've only got like $15 in there now, but it's expensive using these things. So we'll see. So hopefully it's just sending the prompts to the LLMs, and hopefully they're coming up with some data. Yep, seems to be working now. Yeah, so I think the problem actually is the output from the LLMs. With the LLMs, can we please pass in JSON schema as the requested output, as it looks like the JSON coming back or the result coming back from the LLMs is often not correctly structured. Can we also store the output of the LLM as well? That way we can see what it is and we can manually pass it rather than having to waste credit doing it again when it fails for parsing issues. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and do that. I think I can come back on screen. Okay, I'm back. Awesome. So yeah, so what happened there was just ran the script again. So we've now got weights for Gemini, GPT-4, We've got Gemini Flash twice, but I guess it's a different version. It wasn't meant to do that, so we'll get that fixed as well at some point. But you can see that GPT-4 has some different weights compared to Gemini Flash. Interestingly, on Gemini Flash, the two versions, they're not that far away in terms of the way that it's weighted stuff. But we will see how it all goes. I don't think the performance snapshot is correct currently. In fact, I don't know how it's working that out because I don't think we have any results stored anywhere. So we need to work out that as well. So let's see how Kimmy is getting on. Okay. So Kimmy has, in theory, come up with the plan for end-to-end testing. Okay, didn't really do what I wanted it to do. I wanted that to be part of the shorts plan. Oh, that's very slow. Okay, I mean, that's probably fine. Okay, so it's come up with the plan. Okay, so testing infrastructure. LLM mocking. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll get it to do core user flows. Yeah, okay, it's not quite what I was expecting. Yeah, okay, actually, what I'll do is I'll get it to commit that in a branch, and we can leave it for now and just move on to the next feature. Okay, can you please create an end-to-end testing branch, add your changes and commit them, please, as we're not going to implement them just yet. Yeah, I mean, I can probably do that myself and save a few cents, but it's not what we're doing. Right, Claude is doing some stuff. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Please do get involved in the chat. I'm more than happy to interact and answer any questions and stuff. I think this is the best performing stream so far, which is good. How are we looking in terms of subscribers? Oh, we're getting close. 4 away from 100. It's the goal for today, to get to 100 subscribers if we can, while we're building products. If anything's not clear, let me know, and I'll try and explain stuff that's going on and what we're doing. Yeah, so I really should just commit myself so that it doesn't cost me money to do this. But so I don't know why it's taking so long to write a commit there. But, nothing should be working in that. Okay, so yeah, it's created a branch. It should just commit stuff now. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Why it's having problems committing really basic stuff, I don't quite understand, but that's life with LLMs. Perfect, sets the committed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to push that branch for now. And then go back to main. Okay, so what we're going to do is, let me just clear the context of, actually we'll keep the context, it should be fine. We'll compact it for now. How's Claude getting on? Claude's done its stuff. Raw output preserve. Okay, let's just go off screen quickly while we run this script, and we'll see whether it's able to create what I want it to do. That was the migration, it's not what I wanted to run. So yeah, just running the weights. Hello, FBA Mogul. So FBA Mogul is my brother. He's currently in Dubai, avoiding missiles, I think. So it sounds like he's okay. He's doing vibe coding. Are you vibe coding Iron Dome for Dubai? Okay. So the weights are all done for the models that we have, I think. I can't remember what competitors we've got, actually. Let me just check I'm back on screen. Yeah, back on screen. So we've got 3 models, and we should have the versions for all of them now, which is good. So yeah, they've all got different weights and stuff, which is good. The raw LLM output is there as well. Okay, I mean, it seems, don't think it did what I quite wanted it to do, but that's fine. So one thing we need to do is get rid of this performance snapshot stuff, because that should have no data in it for now. So let's see why they've got any data in it. I don't quite understand why we've got that. Okay, why do we have a performance snapshot? Well, I understand. Why does the performance snapshot have data in it for the LLMs currently? Like, if we first create the LLM, the performance snapshot should be nothing. And I don't think we actually have any results anywhere stored. So can you explain why that's the case? Okay, so with Kimi and the shorts content pipeline, we're going to go ahead and get it to start implementing the next phase, which is going to be the article model. So this one's done. Let's go ahead and get it to start doing a plan for the article model, create the features plan document. Okay. For this feature in the plan, please create a features plan markdown file on how to implement it, all the tests you need, etc., etc. Remember, the tests in the main plan are just the minimum requirements. We do need more tests than that. Write the plan, but do not implement any of the code just yet. Okay, so what are you vibe coding, Simon, today? What am I building today? Still building the shorts content pipeline and the LLM prediction engines. So yeah, one thing I'm not sure how to do on stream is like constantly explain what we're doing to new people that come on and off the stream. So if anyone's got any ideas on how we can handle that better, let me know, because I can't be explaining every 2 seconds what I'm doing to someone new. Otherwise we end up not doing anything, which is what's been happening the last couple of streams. As I said, like, let me know as well whether building 2 things on stream is a bit complicated. Maybe I should stick to one thing and just use that one thing first. Just build one thing on stream, and that way it's easier to explain and follow. But let me know. As I say, still new to all of this, so open to feedback and suggestions and stuff. Okay, good. Okay, so it looks like with the prediction engine we are making progress. So we currently have the ability for the LLM to make its own predictions. Sorry, make the weights for its prediction engine. We also pass them to Claude, to OpenRouter, and have different models make predictions, make the weights, which is good. And we can then pass those weights in and get various predictions. So what we can go ahead and do is, if I just delete the markets and the fixtures and all this kind of stuff, we should be able to run it now and get some predictions for the three versions that we have, and see what we can come up with in terms of predictions. And then we can start to look at kind of getting to the point where we can add money to the wallets and all of that kind of stuff, and actually make some interesting predictions and see whether we make any money or whether it's just going to bankrupt me. So yeah, just going to build the Docker container now. And then what we'll do is we will run the application, and this should give me various logs and stuff. So yeah, you can see here like matching complete. So that's getting the fixtures, matching the fixtures to the data. And then we should start to get the predictions come up. I think I did add a delay for starting the predictions, so it might be a few seconds. Let's just have a check on the scheduler, what the config for that is. Actually, it should be in config, right? Prediction delay in milliseconds, whatever that is in milliseconds. A lot, I think, isn't it? Prediction run complete. Okay, so we've got 24 dry run bets in theory. So markets, fixtures, bets. Okay, so they're dry run, so they've not actually saved. So what I need to do is run it outside of a dry run, even though we're not actually... Oh, I need to go kill my API key because it's leaked again. Right. Yeah, I think probably sticking to one may be the best approach. The only problem with sticking to one is that there's so much downtime because we're waiting for the LLMs to do stuff. But maybe that's the better way to do it. But yeah, keen to hear other people's opinions on that. Let me know what you think and what the best approach is. Yeah, definitely need to come up with a better way to handle credentials and stuff on screen as well. Obviously, I'm just on my laptop at the moment, so it does make it a bit more difficult. But need to work out how to handle that better. Yeah, maybe downtime's the correct way to do it and just handle questions and stuff at that point. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens in the next couple of streams and how we get on. Prediction run. Okay, so it's not made any predictions there, though. I don't know why it's not made predictions. Oh, it has made predictions. Okay, there we go. So we've got predictions made. So we can see, if I just close the other tabs here, what we can do is this. We can join to, I think it'll be the competitor. c.id equals p.competitor.id. And we can do, what is it, c.name. If we do, what is it, m.question, and then c.star, so we just get all of those. So here we can see like Claude, Sonnet, will Chelsea win on the 4th of March? Competitors. Oh no, I wanted P, didn't I? P dot. We'll just get the whole prediction, shall we? So yeah, so here you can see basically that based on the weights that Claude Sonnet has created, we've made the predictions, and it's made a, I hesitate to call it an educated guess, but it's made a prediction. So it reckons that Chelsea is going to win on the 4th of March. It's only got a 46% confidence rating, and it's prepared to bet, I think that's like 1.9% of its total stake. And it's given us a reasoning thing as well. So you can see how this is kind of going to work, basically. So here, GPT-4, will Aston Villa versus Chelsea end in a draw? So GPT-4 says absolutely not, with a 78% confidence, and it's going to bet 2.3% of its stake, I believe. So this is how it's going to work, basically. We come up with all these predictions. We will then place the bets on Polymarket. And we can then see who's winning, who's losing. We'll also add in the Discord bot so that we can compete as a collective community against the LLMs and see who comes out on top. Okay, so I think we've kind of got a little bit of an MVP going. I think if we take a look at the plan, maybe we can come up with the UI of some form that will make it easier for us to understand what's going on, and hopefully easier for the stream, because looking at kind of a database table is not particularly interesting. Awesome. But we're making progress, which is the important thing. Okay, so let me go ahead and get Claude to commit all this. Okay, you can go ahead and commit all these changes, please. It seems to be working correctly. Okay, so where are we in the planning phase? I can't remember where my planning document is here. Do I even have a planning document is the next question. No, I do not by the looks of it. Okay, so I guess we're at the point then. So we're making predictions, which is the important thing. Oh, actually, one thing I need to do is also get Claude to review it. So we'll create the review skill as well. Can you please create a Claude skill for reviewing? It should be a kind of very senior engineer reviewing the requests, pull requests, making sure to include things like the architecture decisions, the code quality, security, etc., etc. Make a skill that is a really, really good pull request skill that ultimately creates a review.markdown file in the feature directory for that particular plan markdown file. So we should have the plan markdown file and the review file, and that way we can increment the review. And also the review itself should have a to-do list of must-do changes before we're able to move ahead. So yeah, never used Claude skills before, but I saw about them the other day and I thought we might as well start using them. If you're not familiar with Claude skills, you can do /skills, and it will give you a list of all the skills that are available to Claude, and then it will basically use the skill, which is just a kind of a markdown document, and run the code that it, well, run the inference based on what you said. So if we can come up with a good review skill, that'll be good, because then I don't have to review all the code. Well, I'm not reviewing the code anyway, but it should mean that we get a better quality of code, and that way the project will be better off. Okay. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Please do get involved in the chat. More than happy to answer questions, offer opinions, look at people's products, all that kind of stuff. And don't forget to subscribe. Trying to get to 100 subscribers. Currently at 96, so only 4 away, so we're making progress. Yes, Claude can have access to the skills. Okay, so while Claude is making that skill, how are we getting on with Kimmy? Okay, so Kimmy's come up with a plan by the looks of it to implement the next feature. So we've got the article model, come up with a plan, which is good. Lots of tests and stuff, acceptance criteria. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get Kimmy to go ahead and implement that one then. Yeah, please go ahead and implement that plan. So this is open code that I'm using here, and passing in open router that just allows me to use different models. We're currently using the Moonshot AI's Kimmy K2.5. It seems to be doing a reasonable job from what I've seen. And one of the nice things about the open code UI is you can kind of see the context that you've used, and more importantly, see how much you've spent. So cost-wise, Kimi doesn't seem too expensive. We tried with Opus yesterday, and it was so expensive that it was just unviable. So have to stick with the subscription of Claude for that one. Awesome. Okay, so we should now have in the LLM prediction stuff, we should have a new skill that is the review skill. So the way that these work is you kind of define the name of the skill, give it a description, and then it has like some tools that it's allowed to use, and then you kind of explain what the skill actually does. So if we look at this one, this is a review skill. So perform a senior engineer code review of a feature, branch, or set of changes against a plan. Creates a review MD file in the features docs directory with findings and must-do checklist when the user asks to review code, review a PR. So then it says like you're a principal engineer conducting a thorough code review, got 20 years experience building production systems, blah, 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 blah. So what does it actually do? Like, it has a little checklist here: architecture, are the right extractions used, correctness, security, data integrity, testing, code quality, operational concerns, output, all this kind of stuff, which is good. So one thing it doesn't mention at all is like the tech stack and some of the quality concerns there. So we'll get it to add those based on our research markdown file and tech choices. Okay, can you please update the review skill to include the tech stack that we are currently using and kind of make sure that it follows best practices and clean code, well written, well architected code based on the tech stack that we're using. Also needs to be concerned around things like the security of various things like Drizzle LLM, correct typing with TypeScript, testing, all that kind of stuff, please. So yeah, so far I've found that generally the prompting that I do is pretty crap. Like I'm not ultra specific. I'm not like going in great detail and all that kind of stuff. I'm not doing much kind of engineering talk in the prompting, but we still seem to be getting reasonable results. Functionality wise, code wise, it's still a bit crap, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we're getting really close to 100 subscribers. Hopefully we can get there in the next couple of streams. That'd be awesome. And then the goal will be to get to 1,000 subscribers, and then I can monetize the channel, and then maybe we can start having a revenue of above zero on the website and all that kind of stuff, which would be nice because currently it's minus a lot of money. Well, not that much money to be fair. Probably like a couple of $100 just on subscriptions and API keys and all that kind of stuff. So nothing crazy, but money that is coming out of the account. So one thing I do want to do as well at some point, and we can add this to the list of the, oh for God's sake, add this to the list of like ideas and problems is an expenses email to add data to the website / open dashboard. So one thing I want to do there is create a new email account, and then I can set up forwarding rules to pass in all the invoices for things like OpenAPI, router key, open router costs, the Claude costs, all those kind of costs that I'm incurring. And then we can get it processed via either a script or an LLM, and then we can update the database, and then we can display all the costs on the website so that we're being entirely transparent with the costs as well as any money that we do make. Slight problem at the moment though, Google doesn't let me create a new account. it requires me to send a text message, which is not currently working. I think because I'm in Japan, it's a bit suspicious. So when I get back, hopefully I can create that, or I can create a new one and just a non-Gmail one and do it that way. But yeah, so many ideas, so many things I want to build. Can't do them all at once. So yeah, Kimmy is working through the feature there. Claude is compacting its conversation. So once it's compacted, we should have the skill done, and then we can get it to do a review of the changes that it's just made, and then we can start doing the next feature. Good morning, Operator Protocol. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Don't forget to subscribe. And of course, ask any questions, get involved in the chat. Happy to explain things. Okay, so we've done that now. You can review the skill with /commit. I can see full text table. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is if we look at the Git history, we should have a commit here with let me just do it via the terminal. Can't read that stuff. Git log. Yeah, okay, so we should be able to review this latest commit then via the skill. So let's see what happens then. How we do it. It says no skills available, but that's the review one. So I think what it will do is hopefully it will look at this commit and do a review of that. It looks like the built-in review command was triggered instead of the custom review skill we created. Custom review isn't showing the available skills list. Let me investigate. I mean, okay. Okay, let's call it code review. I'm fine about that. Yes, you can do that. So it's good that Claude realized what I was trying to do and has suggested the fix. But yeah, I discovered quite a few things. To be honest, like with Claude, I've never looked at the CLI at all, really. But I did discover stuff like you can see the usage, and it gives you kind of how you're doing with the usage and stuff, which was interesting as a little chart. And there's tons of stuff that it can do now. I think there was also like a simplify thing that they released the other day. Maybe I don't have it. There. That will, again, like in theory, do a code review and simplify stuff. Maybe we can get our new review to do a review and then also get simplified to do a review and see how they compare. Let's go ahead and get code review to work. Maybe I need to restart it. Yeah, okay, so I need to restart it. Let me restart Claude. Code review, there we go. Oh, actually, maybe we can pass in the commit. And hopefully that will give it a review. We'll come back to that in a second. Okay, it's doing, so we'll see what that looks like. Kimmy's still working on that feature. Definitely seen that Claude is way faster than all the other models that we've tried so far. So yeah, if you were on the stream yesterday, I did try open code with Queen, which was a model that's kind of recommended on OpenRouter, but we just found that basically it would get in, it's stuck in these loops in sub-agents. Like it would not have permission to do something, it would enter the wrong command, and it would go, oh, look, I've done this thing that's wrong, and this is what I need to do to fix it. And then it would do exactly the same thing again, and then the same output, and it was just constantly doing this loop, burning my credit. and getting nowhere, which was really frustrating. And we found that with a number of models, which was not good at all. But Kimi K2 seems to be one that is working well. I don't know whether actually this is Kimi K2 thinking, or maybe we need the thinking one as well. Maybe that's the better one. But 2.5 seems to be doing okay. So we'll see. What models do you guys use on stream, if any? Let me know. Any recommendations? Claude, as I said, has been the one that I've used the most and have had pretty good results with. We did try Gemini as well via anti-gravity. They're kind of IDE, but we found it to be pretty crap compared to Claude. So I've not used it much more beyond that. What Mac do I have? It's a MacBook Air. Yeah, it's like a 2020. I'll just have a look. 2 seconds. What it is? Yeah, it's 2022 MacBook Air. So it's definitely not state of the art. That's what, 4 years old now? Kind of crazy, really. I was looking at buying a new Mac, but decided that I can't afford to buy one at the moment. So maybe in the future, maybe when I get some revenue from these streams, I'll buy a new Mac. But yeah, currently traveling at the moment, so only got my MacBook. Don't have a nice streaming setup with multiple monitors and stuff. Obviously, I will get that at some point when I kind of settle down somewhere. Okay, so we're currently doing the review via Claude. It's taking quite a long time. It's either a good thing or a bad thing. And Kimi is almost done with the entire feature, which is good. And then we'll get review done on that one as well. We'll actually change the model here. Maybe we'll go for an entirely different model. That one's too expensive, so maybe we go for Sonnet, maybe? I think that's cheaper, isn't it? Can you tell you how much the costs for that model? No, you probably have to look at the website. Maybe we can try that one and see how expensive it is. Again, one of the nice things about the UI of OpenCode is you see exactly how much you're spending. Okay, so we've got the review for the changes in the LLM betting engine. Let's have a look then at what it has done. So we've got review markdown file. Approved with changes. Okay, that's good in theory. Cleans up some weight generation. Interesting. Architecture design. Implementation matches the plan across all 5 items. Cold start. Yeah, domain boundaries respected, which is good. Data flows in correct direction. TypeScript and type safety is a concern. So maybe we can get those fixed. Data validation, all passes. Database and drizzle are fail. So that fails, but it's approved. I guess it still requires changes. Pass. What's done well? Must do changes. It's identical to snapshot 5 and is missing. Okay, so we'll get those fixes. Okay, so we'll get, yeah. Okay, please go ahead and implement all the changes that are requested in the review, even the minor ones. So yeah, I mean, that kind of the review with the same model on its own thing in the same session, I'm not sure about. Let me know what you guys do. Like, do you have different models doing the review, different sessions? I'm not entirely sure what the best flow for all of this is currently. Be keen to hear what other people do. Still new to the vibe coding worlds. I'm trying to work out what the best kind of workflow and stuff is, but it seems to be working okay now. In terms of the speed, like the models and stuff are quick. I'm still doubtful as to whether it's quicker than me just writing all the code, because there's going to be lots of back and forth. I mean, I think we're on like stream 4 or 5 perhaps on the LLM betting engine. I wouldn't say we're actually that far down the path. So yeah, I'll be interested to hear what people from their own experiences. I mean, I've seen a few things on Hacker News and stuff that say like the perception is that you're much quicker when you're using an LLM to code, but the data suggests that you're actually like 20% slower than if you just write the code yourself. But we'll see. How are you streaming so long? Doesn't it catch fire? Nope, my Mac's absolutely fine. The fan's not even going crazy or anything, so it's absolutely fine. I mean, memory uses a lot, CPUs a lot, but generally pretty fine. No issues really. Okay, so that's doing the refactor there. The changes still working here with Kimmy. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. We're trying to get to 100 subscribers. We are 3 away, so we're getting close. It'd be awesome to hit 100 subscribers. Entirely meaningless stat, but feels like progress. Okay, and yeah, don't forget to join the Discord server as well. It's new. We'll be doing various things in there in the future. Hoping to build a nice little community. So please do go ahead and join that if you haven't done. And hopefully we'll be adding various things from various tools and products in there as well, which will be really cool. So yeah, one thing I would like to do is, again, whenever the LLMs make a bet, we'll put that data in the Discord as well. And we can also get the community to vote. Or maybe I'll fill a wallet with some money, and we can have a competition to compete against the LLMs, and then maybe the winner can win all the money in the wallets. Or maybe. We'll see how much money there is and what happens there. Okay, yeah, please go ahead and commit those changes then. Okay, so Kimmy's still working away. Oh, Kimmy is done, apparently, right. Article model is complete, apparently. Which is good. Seems to be suggests that it's all working. So what we can do, what was it? Make, migrate, make run. So we should get the dev server for the admin panel. So it's Tim Knight. Get the password. It's just here, I think. Might need to create a new user. I don't know whether it's, yeah. Okay, maybe we need to create a new super user. Let me do that then. Oh no, it's UV run, isn't it? Create super user. Yes, I'm fine. Go away 1Password. Oh, it didn't run the thing. All right. I wonder if there's a way I can get 1Password to not care about local hosts and stuff. Okay, so yeah, we've got feed sources and now we've got articles. So it's added the articles. We should be able to add articles, the title and all that kind of stuff, which is good. Obviously, I won't be doing that manually. That will all, in theory, be by the RSS feed stuff. Maybe I'll add a couple myself if I find something interesting that's not on a site that we're tracking. So let's go ahead and get this to do a review. Actually, we're going to need to change the name of this. So we'll call it code review. Code review. Code. Maybe I need to close it, open it up again. Code. So that doesn't work in. Okay, so we can just get Claude to do it then, directly via that. Code review. Yeah, actually what we'll do is we'll get to commit the changes first, and then we'll get it to the review. That way we can see what it's done. Please commit these changes. I probably could have got Kimmy to do that, but I'm on a Claude subscription, so these ones are for free, I guess. Committed. Okay, so LLMs should be fine for now, the betting stuff. Let me just try and get this done. Okay, so it's doing that. We'll leave that to sort its stuff out for the moment. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Please do get involved in the chat. Don't forget to subscribe. Getting close to 100 subscribers. That'd be awesome if we could hit that today. Currently just getting Claude to do some code reviews for us. So we've done that commit now on the content generation pipeline product. So what I'll do is I'll get it to do a review of this, and we can see how that one goes. So in terms of this skill, it's a different skill to the one in the LLM one. Similar sort of thing, but I've got some kind of Django best practices, testing best practices as markdown documents. But the same kind of process is involved in both of the skills, really, I think. So we'll let that churn away while it's doing its thing. Okay, so on the betting LLM prediction side of things, let me just add all these. So some like wallet config, add skill. Okay. Can we please go ahead and start to create a plan? Do not implement any code for a UI for the betting engine. So basically we want to be able to see the competitors, the markets, the fixtures, the bets, the predictions, etc. in a really clean, modern, fast UI that looks nice and slick. So I think like a modern SaaS product, kind of dashboardy sort of thing, with a clean and nice color scheme. So come up with a plan markdown document to do that, please. So we'll see what it comes up with. Hopefully something good. How is Claude getting on with the code review for the latest Django additions? So it's just writing the review, gesticulating. So we'll see how that one gets on. Anyone done any vibe coding themselves recently? Keen to hear what you guys have built or are working on. Always interested to hear about other products and stuff that people are doing. I definitely think that vibe coding can open up some interesting products for people, certainly interesting little tools and stuff. It's going to be really interesting to see how it goes in the next couple of years and kind of how software changes with all the vibe coding that's going on. I think opens up for a lot of people that don't have technical skills to kind of start to build stuff and kind of hopefully get some market fit and stuff, and then hire people to build it and make it faster and make it better. But we'll see. But yeah, keen to hear if anyone's doing any building themselves, vibe coding. Let me know. Okay, so Claude is just planning that for us. Claude has come up with a review. Okay, has it added the review? It has added a review. Awesome. So summary, solid implementation of the article model, soft delete, pedantic schemas, admin, reg, factory, blah, blah, blah. It's one data integrity bug. The schema layer where summary equals none can bypass validation. Okay, the code is persistent. Yeah, request changes. Overall compliance score, 78%. Okay, okay. Testing needs improving. There is a schema bug apparently, but missing plan tests and a file naming issue. Code style, good. Okay, so it's come up with a reasonably good review by the looks of it. I'm not going to read it all because don't have time for that currently. And we're not doing best engineering practices. We're not going for awesome code. We're going for building products at speed. Please read the review file in detail, in great depth, every single line, and then please implement the requested and required changes to bring the changes up to scratch with the review. So we'll see how Kimmy gets on there. Again, this is kind of a new flow for me, using the agents to do review. Previously, I was just shipping it at unfair speed, not really checking the code, which is obviously not great. But as I said, we're about building products, not doing good engineering on these streams, which kind of goes against my philosophy, having worked as a software engineer for 10 years, but that's the world we're living in at the moment. And it's interesting to see how far we can get. So yeah, don't forget to get involved in the chat, guys. Don't forget to join the Discord and subscribe as well. Okay, so Claude's coming up with a plan for the UI. It'll be good to get some kind of UI for the betting engines, just because that way we can kind of see what's going on a bit more, and get some visuals and be interesting a bit for the stream as well. Awesome. Okay. So if that feature just cost me like $1.15, I don't know how much the review is going to cost. Sorry, the fixes for the reviews, then that's pretty good. It's pretty cheap, really. Not too bad at all. If it costs us a couple of bucks per feature, it's certainly cheaper than hiring an engineer. And it's pretty quick as well, so hopefully we can get somewhere. And again, like, my workflows will improve and my ability to prompt will improve, I should imagine, as will the speed of the LLMs. I know a lot of people are doing like multiple agents at once on the same code through things like OpenClaw and Git work trees and that kind of thing. I've not done that yet. I kind of get a bit confused as to what's going on with just two little things. So maybe having like 4 or 5 agents might be too much at the moment, but we can explore and see what we can do. Maybe having multiple agents is the way to go with different work trees, and we can get all the features implemented concurrently, but we'll see. So Claude is just coming up with a plan, still coming up with a plan, taking a long time. Kimmy's making changes to the code based on the review, which is good. Again, we don't know whether they're actually sensible changes or not. We've not read through them, but we just assume that Claude Sonnet knows what it's doing. Yeah, in terms of the stats of the stream, we're doing pretty well, I think. This is probably the highest views, certainly the highest concurrent views we've had. So thank you guys. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Let me know. Anything you think I can improve on the stream, do let me know. Still fairly new to streaming, trying to get things working as best we possibly can. Should the dashboard use a dark theme or light theme with a dark sidebar? I don't know what the 13 hidden lines are. Let's just go with its recommendation. Full dark mode it is. Right. Okay, so Kimmy's definitely slower than Claude. Yeah, in terms of the usage for the sessions, one thing I've definitely found was when we were using MCP with the little workflow pilot tool I built, we were burning through session usage so quickly. Within like 2 hours, we were done with the session usage. Whereas we seem to be way less when we're not doing MCP. So only 33% of this session used, resets in a couple of hours. We've used quite a lot of this session for the week with Claude, which is a little, well, with all models, I guess when it's using Opus, it uses a lot more. For Sonnet, we seem to be okay, but 30% already. I don't know when it considers the week starting, but it's quite a lot. So yeah, I'm on the 5x plan, I think, with Claude currently. So if we start to hit like the max usage per week, I'll have to upgrade to the full-on, I think it's 180 quid a month subscription, which is a lot. So don't forget to subscribe, as I'm going to need some money if I have to spend that kind of much just on Claude, let alone OpenRouter, all the other APIs and stuff we're going to need. But we'll see. We've not hit that yet, so maybe that's just a concern that I don't need. There was actually an article I saw on Hacker News that someone built a tool that reduces MCP usage by a huge amount. So we'll see whether we can use that at some point. So I don't really use MCP because I found it just uses too much usage, and I don't think it added that much to my workflow. But yeah, let me know what you guys do, how you vibe code, if you vibe code at all, what models you use, what tool set you use. Let me know. Here's one thing I do want to add to the website as well is timknightmedia.com is a tool section to kind of give the tools that I'm using to build the products and what my thoughts on them are and kind of how I'm using them. As I say, like we've tried anti-gravity and Gemini, and we just found them to be crap. Nowhere near as good as Claude. Open code so far, I'm happy with. I do like the UI. Open code itself seems to be working very well. It's just some of the models are not particularly good from what we've seen, and some of them are very expensive. So it's all exploration, I guess. So yeah, both of my LLMs are busy chugging away. So I can definitely see the kind of usage of like 4 LLMs might be a good thing because they kind of do take time to do stuff. 4 in concurrent usage might work well, but whether I can keep that context in my head, whether I can actually get them to do what I want them to do is another matter, really. I don't know what Hono is. What the hell's Hono? Web application framework. I mean, it's gone ahead and implemented all the stuff as well, which I've told it not to do. Because it's a classic LLM thing where it just like plows ahead. So it's not even created the plan markdown file. It's gone ahead and just jumped in. It's made a choice to use this Hono framework, but we're also using React, Tailwind, and Vite. Okay, so this is just like Express.js, right? Never heard of it. Why it's using this, I don't know. But as I say, we're not making the code quality and the tech choices per se. We're letting Claude do all of that and just kind of going with what it says, basically. Never heard of Hono. I'm kind of a bit out of touch with the whole JavaScript community at the moment. Not written any front-end code or done any JavaScript stuff for a while. So maybe Hono is the new player in town. Yeah, it is weird that I guess. Yeah, because it does just like kick off stuff, but I think, and obviously it does cost them more money, but I guess yeah, if you're paying for it, then they don't mind. But I guess when you're using the session, I guess they've worked out we can afford to do this, or it's we make money per session. Like I don't know. Maybe a lot of people don't like the fact that it just like if it asks you to continue, maybe people don't like that, or maybe it's something they can't change, just like an inherent part of it. Who knows? But I have found that maybe I didn't say don't implement this, but I have found that if you say do not implement this, it generally doesn't do it. Maybe I missed that. That again, that was one of the things I was trying to fix with the workflow pilot. But again, it used way too much of my session usage. Can I see the previous prompt? I'm sure I can if I go up, right? Oh, I mean, so I did say do not implement any code, and it ignored it. So that's interesting. But again, one thing I did see, I think it was the Primogen. I saw one of his shorts, and like he was saying that, you know, the instructions that you give it, it's always going to listen to the stuff at the end more than it does at the start, because obviously it's just a prediction engine. So like the stuff you give at the end has a higher weight because that's what it's going to predict on last. So maybe that's what we need to do, is we always need to say that at the end rather than at the start. Who knows? It's all just prediction and stuff, so it's not deterministic and it's not smart, basically. Kimmy's taking a long time to do the changes, which is okay, but so yeah, I mean, I think you can kind of see the difference there. Like Claude, okay, it's come up with the plan and jumped straight into the code without me asking, but it seems to be crushing the speed compared to Kimmy. Like Kimmy just has to do like 3 or 4 small little code review changes, whereas Claude is building in like a full UI for me, and it seems to be getting there way quicker than Kimmy's getting there with those couple of changes. So we'll see. So yeah, are we at 100 yet? Nope, still 3 away. So if you're new to the stream, guys, please do subscribe. I'm trying to hit 100 subscribers. Currently building 2 products at the moment on stream. We are building a content generation platform to help me build content for TikTok, for YouTube. It's going to be an RSS feed monitor to start off with, to monitor various websites and blogs and articles. Going to pass those into the LLM. It's going to suggest some good content for YouTube, TikTok, etc. I'll then pick them. We'll then get it to write a script. I'll film the script, and then we'll add some kind of categorization to the script. So like what kind of the hook is, what kind of story it is, all that kind of stuff. So then we can analyze the results of the content with some data and try and work out, based on the data, what actually works, and then try and incrementally improve our content and see if we can get a bigger audience to the streams and to the channels, and maybe we can even get monetized and that kind of thing via those platforms. So that's one thing we're building here with Kimmy. And over here with Claude, we are building an LLM prediction engine competition. And the idea behind this is that we can get the LLMs to come up with some predictions for sporting events, and then we can pit them against each other and see which one can win the most money. In theory, I'm sure it's going to be more which one loses the least amount of money, but we'll see. So yeah, those are the two things we're building on stream at the moment. So yeah, and also don't forget to join the Discord as well. I'll post a link to that in the channel. It will have some access to various things for tooling that I'm building, and various cool things as and when we go, basically. So please do join that as well and get involved in the community. Hoping to build a bit of a community of people that are building things and interested in this kind of stuff. So get involved if you are interested. So Kimmy seems to have stopped. Has Kimmy crashed? Doesn't seem to be doing anything at the moment. Continue. Yeah, so I just seemed to have had a brain fart then and just not continue, which is interesting. I did read something actually that said, like, often when you hit 51% of context, there's like this massive degrade in performance in certain models. So maybe that's what we've just hit there. But at the same time, like, if we're 15 minutes in and we've only just added a field to one little model, then that's absolutely atrocious. Okay, so we do have some tests. They are totally pointless tests, though, looking at them. Yeah, I mean, those tests are absolutely terrible. We do have some more tests here. Okay, so they seem to be slightly better, at least. Has done some other stuff. Made some more changes there. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like it's doing a particularly great job there. I guess we'll see whether it's able to continue. User wants me to continue. Okay, so it is going to continue then. We'll give that another couple of minutes and see whether it's actually done anything. If not, we'll reset that session and get it to work through the to-do list again. Because yeah, 15 minutes for one thing. Maybe it's just not checked off the other stuff, but it seems to be a long time, really. Claude is busy building a full UI for our LLM prediction competition. It'll be super interesting to see how it works, if it works at all. I did ask it to just give me a plan, and it went straight ahead and started building it for me. But if it can one-shot a UI to a reasonable standard, that would be pretty impressive. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so Kimmy's just chugging through. So yeah, the other thing I would say is, like, it would always be nice to see some kind of UI that something is happening. I don't know whether it's frozen again or just like stopped. I think it's just stopped, right? Like, yeah, weird. It just seems to be like getting somewhere and then just like falling over. I think it might be the context thing. Maybe that is the issue. Okay, let's see what it does here then. I mean, I've not modified the file at all, so. The other thing is it might be spawning sub-agents and stuff that I just can't see. I can't see anything in the UI about that, but okay, I seem to have unblocked it a bit. So, all the tests pass. Let me update it to. Okay, so seems to suggest that it's done. Okay, so it says it's done. Okay, please commit that as a review changes. So we'll get it to commit it, and then we'll get Claude to give it another review and see whether it actually has correctly implemented all of the requirements from our review, well, from Claude's review. It'll be interesting to see what Claude thinks. Yeah, also keen to hear what other workflows people use if they do any vibe coding as well. As I say, still trying to work out what the best flow is, trying things out. I've never done the review flow before, so we'll see. And I guess like when it's early days, it's still difficult to know whether it's actually working correctly, because I haven't actually got any full products, full UIs, or anything like that yet. So just kind of assuming that it's all working as we expect, but we'll see. Do I want to do that? I don't know whether. Can I add in other context to it? So what does it actually take in? Like, maybe I'll give it this review. Oh, that's the review. That's not the skill. I want the skill now. If arguments specifies file path or pass, review those. If it's commits, yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll tell it to look at that commit and its own review file and compare whether it's actually done stuff. Using that review markdown file and the latest commit, check that the latest commit addresses all of the review points, and then confirm that we are happy to move forward based on that review of the changes. See whether that does it. Okay, so apparently we now have a UI for the application, the betting application. I told it not to implement stuff and just come up with a plan. Totally ignored me. But we will see what it looks like then. So what do I actually need to run to get the UI and stuff? Do you know what? Let's just ask it. Okay, I did tell you not to implement anything, but now you've gone ahead and implemented everything. Just give me the commands to run the server and UI so I can see what's going on, please. Give it a little bit of a reprimand there. Okay. Run both in parallel, API and that. Okay, so let's run API there. Open up a new one. Okay, so I mean that's actually quite impressive that it's built a little dashboard. We've got the models here. So we've got 3 models in the database. What is it? It's competitors. We've got 3 models there. Got them in the UI. The fixtures, we can see the fixtures. So the date of the fixtures. I mean, the ordering is terrible there, but that's fine. So we can click through, and it's got some stats. It's got predictions, the stake that it would have done as well, which is interesting. It's got some stats from Polymarket, the liquidity, all of that. We've got bets. None of those are there actually yet because obviously we don't make them with Polymarket at the moment. And then we've got all the markets there. I mean, so that's actually pretty impressive. It looks pretty decent as well. And we've got like some P&L stuff there, recent bets, and yeah. So actually, I'm quite impressed by that, to be honest. A couple of things we do obviously want to fix, but as a kind of initial one shot for a UI, that's pretty impressive actually. What do you guys think? Has that impressed you with what Claude was able to do there in a one shot? Let me know what you think. So this is cool. So we'll be able to see all the competitors here. I need to get rid of weight tuned as the name there because they're all weight tuned currently, I think. Cool. So next thing I guess I need to do is actually wire up Polymarket. Well, Polymarket is technically wired up and it will attempt to make the bet, but it will fail because there's no money in the wallets, basically. So what I will need to do is add some money to the wallets. I'm going to need to deploy this somewhere as well so that it can just run by itself. I then need to get it to correctly, well, I need to check that we're doing the correct stuff for the staking and the bet stuff as well. So for the prediction stuff and the actual like bet placing stuff, I do want to have like bankroll management so that it can't just bet all of its money on one thing. And I probably need to make sure we've got some constraints in there so that it doesn't lose all its money in one go. So like we do have this stake thing here. I just need to check. Well, I guess we can ask Claude what the stake number represents, whether it's percentage of its bankroll that is available or whether it's an actual like hard figure. I assume it's percentage of its bankroll. Let's ask. The stake in the predictions, is that a percentage of the bankroll or is it an absolute figure? So yeah, how are we looking on subscribers? 3 away still, so maybe we'll get there in the next stream. If you're new, please do subscribe. I'm trying to hit 100 subscribers. Percentage of the bankroll, domain model. It's an absolute dollar amount USD. The engine outputs a raw stake number which gets clamped to max stake per bet at line, then use direct amount. Okay, so we probably need to. Well, we definitely need that. Okay, so can we please commit the UI changes and we can go ahead and push those. And then once we've done that, we'll work on something else. Oh, can we go ahead and commit the UI changes and all the changes we currently have on the locally so that we're in a clean state, please? Okay, so the review, almost there, 1 blocking issue found. The commit addressed all previous 10 review issues, excellent follow through. However, it introduces 1 new bug. That will crash, accept no keyword argument, signature, blah, blah, blah. Okay, can you please add that requirement to the review as a checkbox and make sure that it is a critical and we cannot continue without it? Okay, so sounds like it did a good job. Well, a reasonably good job, but it did introduce another bug. There's already in the review. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and clear, was it compact, is it? We'll do a new session. Oh, I need to get the review file, don't I, so that I can just give it access to that. Let me go ahead. So it's that. Please read this review file and make any outstanding changes that need to be done to the code. I believe there's one critical that needs to be fixed before we can move on. Okay, so we'll see how it goes on with this one and how much it costs us. Okay, so we're a clean slate with the LLM betting engine. As I say, I'm actually pretty impressed with the UI that it was able to build. Got a nice little dashboard, so we'll be able to see all what's going on. Got a leaderboard. I mean, we can improve that, of course. Recent bets, competitors, the fixtures, the markets, and then the bets as well. So pretty good job, actually. Okay, so there was one thing that we need to fix. Yeah, so that's one thing I want to fix, basically. So for the stake, it needs to be a percentage of the current bankroll and percentage of the current available funds as well. I'm not sure which one to do, whether it's better to do, hold on, that's a terrible prompt. Okay, so for the stake, it needs to be based on a percentage of the current bankroll, not an absolute figure. So, for example, if the bankroll is only $5, we can't bet $3 because we're basically broke at that point. So please come up with a plan to make that a percentage of the current bankroll and a plan to enforce that constraint before we make the bet as well. So if the prediction tries to bet 20% of the bankroll, we don't allow that before we do the bet. We come up with an error message and get it to refresh, basically. Do not implement any code, just come up with a plan and write the plan as a markdown file in the plans features document directory. Okay, so we'll see what it comes up with the plan there. Okay, so Kimmy's fixed it. Okay, can you do one final review of the latest changes as that thing has apparently been fixed? Just check that it's been fixed, please. So we'll see that gets fixed. Hopefully Kimmy's done a good job. How are we doing? Any more comments or anything on stream? No. Do get involved in the chat, guys. I'm more than happy to answer questions, interact with you all. Follow-up commit addresses nearly everything from initial review, but critical roles. The one new issue introduced is a runtime bug. Admin action does not accept keyword arguments. So, yes. Okay, was that not the same issue that we had a second ago? Okay, so well, Claude says it's reviewed and happy. Okay, go ahead and commit those changes, please. Review is approved. Okay, so while Claude is coming up with that plan, we'll get that commit going. I'm going to pop to the toilet in a second, but what I'll get Kimmy to do is I will clear its session and then I'll get it to do the next feature, basically. And we'll see how that one goes. So the review flows seem to work. Well, I've not checked any of the code or the functionality. We're just assuming it all works, basically, at the moment. But we'll see where we get. Okay. So let me create a new session. Okay, please go ahead and come up with a plan to implement the next feature in the short pipeline markdown file. I believe it's feature 1.3. Do check the commit history and read the file in great depth to understand what's going on. And you can create the plan markdown file in the features directory, but do not implement any code yet. Okay, so we'll get Kimmy to do that. Claude is still coming up with a plan, I think. It's razzle-dazzling, apparently. Okay, so yeah, while that's going on, I'm just going to pop to the toilet. So I will be 2 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay, we are back. Let me just get set up again. Cool. So where did we get to then? So Claude has come up with a plan. Kimmy has also come up with a plan. Awesome. So let's just check Claude's plan first, shall we? Why is it there? Please put the plan in docs features. Always check before just writing it like that. Always seems to just create a new directory every time. Maybe I really need to rename it to plan rather than docs. Okay, so I've created the plan, blah, blah, blah. RSS ingestion adapter service builds on the completed article feed source. Okay. All best practices. Again, we're kind of just assuming that it's not lying to us, which it probably is a lot of the time. Okay, that review needs to get committed, actually. I'll just change that commit to what was it, git log. So yeah, we can add that. So the last commit. Oh, it's not. Okay, it's just the UI that's slow. Okay, fine. Oh no, it's, yeah, sorry. Git add features. That one, isn't it? Git commit dash amend. Cool. Okay, so we should have this new plan here. As a user, I want the system to fetch articles from RSS feeds so that I have a continuous stream of fresh content to evaluate. Yeah, it's got various things here. Lots of tests and stuff. Yeah, I think we can just go ahead and get it to start implementing, I guess. Okay, go ahead and start implementing that plan, please. And let's look at the Claude's plan then for the relative staking for bankroll. Stakes are currently computed against a hard-coded bankroll in default staking config. The engine produces an absolute dollar amount. The betting service clamps it to max stake per bet, and the order goes out with no awareness of the competitor's actual wallet balance. If a competitor's bankroll dwindled to $5, the system will still try to place a $5 bet. Yeah, which is reckless, indeed it is. Okay. Additionally, the stake validator file exists but is never called anywhere. Okay, so stuff like this where, like, I would never have picked up on that because I've not looked at any of the code. So we would have potentially gone broke straight away because we're not actually doing the validation. And I haven't been doing the review flow, so maybe that would have been picked up in the review flow. Who knows? So goals: engine output stake as a percentage of bankroll. Not an absolute dollar amount. Bankroll is fetched from chain. Yeah. Pre-bet validation rejects bets that exceed a configurable percentage of bankroll, returning a clearer pipeline. Yeah. Wire in the existing. Yeah. Okay, so I think that makes sense. Migration notes, edge cases. Yeah, I'm happy with this then. So, yeah, go ahead and implement that plan, please. And so one thing we will get actually added to the LLM stuff as well, to the betting engine, is, I guess we can get like a full end-to-end test suite going. Doesn't need to be with Playwright or anything like that, but we can probably mock out the wallet and stuff and get some proper testing going, as I don't think the current test suite is really appropriate. We can also get some UI testing going as well if we want to, but pretty happy with the UI as its initial verdict, basically, which is pretty cool. Pretty impressed with the UI that it generated in one shot, to be honest. Okay, so yeah, so Kimmy's implementing the new feature there. Basically, the way that I'm going to do the short generator, well, the content generator at the moment, is I'm going to get it to do every single feature. I think, let's see how many features I've actually got here. 2.3, 2.4, 3, 3, 4, 5. Okay, maybe I won't. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll get to the end of phase 1, I think. Yeah, then we'll get the full test suite going and like the actual end-to-end testing going a bit, perhaps, so that we can have a bit more confidence, and then we can work through all of these. Because currently I don't really know what it's done beyond create some Django admin stuff. We're just kind of assuming that it's all working as expected, basically. Okay, so in terms of the UI, then, stuff that I want to fix. Let me make a markdown note. I think I've got to do here that. Yeah, I mean, they're all absolute rubbish. Okay, so these can be UI, oh no, UI changes, date sorting on, I think it was markets, was it? No, markets and fixtures, I guess. It'd be good to have them sorted and the ability to sort on the date. So that's one thing. So total P&L, yeah, that's good. Accuracy, active markets, pending bets, competitors, recent bets, that's fine. Leaderboard. I guess we'll make these full width rather than being half width, just for so leaderboard. Was it recent bets? Full width. Competitors. Let's add some logos to this as well, I think. Competitors, add logos for models, etc. Remove, what is it, weight tuned from. Actually, no, we'll keep those because we are going to do like where we just pass the stats and stuff to the LLM, and it can come up with a prediction rather than doing weight tuned. So we'll keep weight tuned for the moment. So that's good. That's fine. Markets, yeah, bets. Okay, so yeah, actually reasonably happy. Let's make the menu. Make the menu minimizable as well. All super minor things, but be good to get them. Also, we do need to deploy that as well. Obviously, do need to add the actual money to the wallets and get the whole betting flow working. It works kind of locally from what I remember because I did run it locally, just like testing that when we call Polymarket, we get the error message that we don't have any money in the wallets, and that was working when I tested it the other day. So when I add some money, we should actually place bets. So I think, like, in terms of things to do on this project so far, is like deploy. So we want it deployed to wherever I decide to deploy it. Add the models that we want to compete. Discord integration. That can be a later on thing. So it'll be good if we could get some bets this week going, and then we can add in the Discord stuff later on. So I need to fund the wallets. What else do I need to do? Oh yeah, I want to get like a Twitter account set up. Be good to have a Twitter account of all the data and what's going on. Maybe you can get as a funnel towards the channel and the stream and stuff. I need to update the prompts as well. Plus add more stats, because currently there's only like a few stats you can look at. I don't know whether we can see that in the UI. I guess it would be in fixtures. No. Predictions. Okay, so that needs to be fixed as well. Reasoning in model predictions just needs to wrap be visible. So what was I saying? So yeah, the stats that we currently have access to are pretty slim, I think. Where would it be? It would be probably. This is one of the problems. I don't know the statistics.ts. Yeah, so we only really have access to these things currently, like the played games, the wins, draws, losses, the team data, the head-to-head, the market itself, and then like the home stats basically. But obviously, we want to see stuff like player statistics. We want to see stuff like the number of corners, like do they score from corners, all that kind of stuff that is available on the API football API. That we want to give access to as much data as possible. And like injuries is another one we probably want to get. Like there is also this predictions thing as well, which would be good to add in, so we can compare against the predictions of that particular engine, whatever they use. So stuff like this, like shots on goal, all that kind of stuff, would be really useful to get, and then pass to the LLM. But of course, these are things that we can incrementally add and incrementally improve on. So don't need to do it all at once. I guess we can probably just stick with what we've got currently and try and get some bets placed sooner rather than later. Yeah, any features that you'd like to see in the LLM betting competition, let me know and we can try and add them. Try and add them on stream, try and add them to the product. Not the product, but the application, I guess. Okay. Okay, so now it should be percentage based. Okay, so again, what we can do is if we get a new Claude going, let's change the model on that one. Well, let's just stick with the default. Okay, so let's just do code review, and it'll just be feature name is bankroll relative staking. We'll just copy that. We'll get to do a code review of its changes and see what it does. See how Kimmy's going, shall we? So Kimmy's working through the feature 1.3 implementation plan. So this feature 1.3 for the shorts generator, or the content generator, I keep saying shorts, not necessarily just shorts, but the content. 1.3, it shouldn't be doing 1.3, it should be doing 1.4. Hopefully it's not doing that. Okay, I'm assuming that it's doing the correct. Yeah, it's doing 1.4. So basically the RSS ingestion. So that will basically, from the list of RSS feeds that we have, fetch all the script, all the articles and stuff, ingest them. I don't know whether it passes it to the LLM. I don't think it does. Yeah. No, so it just fetches the articles and stores them, or the links to them, which is fine. So, cool. The review is going along. Okay. So yeah, if you're new to the stream, guys, please do subscribe. As I said, please get involved in the chat. More than happy to interact with the chat and the community and stuff. Trying to get to 100 subscribers, and go ahead and join the Discord and stuff as well. Be lots going on in there in the future. Okay, so Claude is doing its review. Going to write to their document and we'll see how we get on. Hopefully it's done a good job. Approved with changes. 2 must-do items. Semantic type mismatch. An unused import. Information is solid overall. Clean separation with bankroll provider. Engine now outputs pure fractions. Predictions are always saved before validation. And tests are comprehensive. 4 should do to-do items. Okay. We can get it to implement those changes then, I guess. That's the wrong project I'm looking at there. But yeah, I'd be keen to hear from other people as well what they find useful on streams. Again, I'm very keen to know whether doing 2 things at once, 2 products at once is too much on screen. Let me know if it's difficult to follow, if stuff's not clear. Trying to improve my streaming and make stuff clearer for everyone and keep people engaged and interested. Please look at this review file and then make all the relevant changes that are required in the review, and make sure you read the entire file to understand. Okay, so that's Kimmy's still working through. So yeah, with the content generator, or I guess the content idea generator, I think once we get past the phase 1, we should basically be able to ingest the articles and have all the articles there. We can do some proper testing then, check that everything's working, get the proper BDD testing going in, the emulation with Playwright, all that kind of stuff going. And then we can start on the kind of LLM integration. So the idea behind this product, if you're not familiar, is basically I'm going to sign up to various RSS feeds. We're going to be looking at articles around like AI news, tech, and just general stuff, really. It's then going to take those articles, pass them into an LLM. An LLM is going to then determine which ones could make interesting content for YouTube, TikTok Shorts, YouTube Shorts, etc. I'll then pick 1 or 2. We'll then get it to write a script based on some rubrics that I come up with for writing scripts. We will then categorize the script, the content, all that kind of stuff, so that we can kind of grab some data based on that. So maybe it's the type of introduction we use, the type of content, all that kind of stuff. I'll then make the content, post it. We can then analyze all the data and try and get the content to improve, become better, get more views, get more attention, all that kind of stuff, and have this kind of flywheel of ideas, generation of content, analytics, improvement, and just kind of keep going and going. And the idea behind that is to kind of build an audience, get more people involved, and probably come up with more products and stuff around that kind of stuff. So hopefully that's interesting to you. And then the other side here is the LLM prediction stuff, where we're going to be pitting the LLMs against each other to see which one can make the most money or lose the least amount of money. So if you're new to the streams, welcome. Please do get involved and subscribe. So yeah, in terms of the content on the channel, we've hit 100 views on the last video, which is pretty cool. This was just one from the early streams talking about an article that I read on stream. The retention is pretty terrible, really. That's not surprising. Wasn't scripted or anything like that, so definitely stuff to improve on that. Again, the thumbnail, not great, only 1.5% click-through rate. I think that's pretty poor, really. No comments or anything on the video, so and yeah, in terms of streams, this one is doing pretty well. Seems to be getting some views, which I'm really happy with. Definitely more viewers than I initially thought would ever get. So welcome to the streams, guys. Certainly at zero revenue so far. We're at just costs so far for Claude, for API keys, for OpenRouter. I'd estimate that we're probably about $50 down so far, I think, in terms of streaming. But that's fine. Obviously, you can't make any revenue when you have no products or anything like that. And it takes time to build all those things. So if we can get to 1,000 viewers or 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, we can then start to monetize that and maybe make some revenue there while we're building the products. But it's all going to take time, so just working through stuff. Okay, so apparently Kimmy has done feature 1.4. So what we can do again is we can go ahead and get Claude to give it a review. So we'll commit all those changes. I think it's probably the easy way to do it. Okay, please commit those changes. And then we'll get Claude to do the review of the latest commit. Okay. So Claude is just doing the review changes from the change to make the bet size choicing based on a percentage of the bankroll rather than an absolute figure. Otherwise, we'd go broke in basically a couple of days, I think. So hopefully that doesn't take too long. Then we'll do some UI changes on it, I think, make it a bit cleaner. Get a couple of those changes done. None of them are particularly big, so I think Claude can probably one-shot those without a detailed plan at all, really. I've got faith in old Claude. Yeah, nothing interesting on Hacker News so far today that I've seen. Again, if there's any articles you'd like me to read or like my opinion on, please do let me know. You can either drop it in the Discord or drop it in the live chat, and we can read those and kind of I can give an opinion on them. Or equally, if you guys are building anything yourselves, let me know. We can do some reviews on stream. I did review someone's product the other day, which was kind of an interesting. They asked me to have a look at it, and I had a look at it. It was quite interesting, actually. So my agent minions are doing all my work for me at the moment. Need to decide what I'm going to have for dinner today as well, actually. And I need to go to the gym. That's another thing I need to do. Okay, so they're still working through. I'm actually surprised that Claude is taking this long to do the requested changes. It's normally much quicker, but we'll let it off. So yeah, I think what I might do on the next stream then is actually just do one product. We'll give that a go and see how people like that. We'll just do the betting stuff for now, and I'll do the short stuff, or sorry, the content generation a bit offline to see how that goes. Again, let me know your thoughts on that. Always keen to understand what's working well and what's not. So yeah, and just the waiting phase now. Need to get a third agent going, really, don't I? I think 2's enough for the moment. Lots going on. So yeah, we need to come up with a name for this little competition or product, I guess. LLM betting is probably not a good name. I definitely can't use the word betting in the stream titles either because YouTube doesn't seem to like that. Maybe we call it predictions or something. So anyone can come up with a cool name. That would be really interesting. Let me know. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I did also have the idea, I think I mentioned it earlier. Will your thirst be quenched after reaching $1 million? It's a good question, Anubis. I don't know. I think if I can get to $1 million, I'll be so ecstatic. But I think it's one of those things, right, where when you start to see success, you want more success. So maybe if we get to $1 million, the next challenge will be to get to $1 billion. Maybe. We'll see. Given that we're at like negative 50 quid so far and going in the wrong direction currently, it's a long way away to reaching $1 million. But got to have ambitious goals, right? Even if we only get halfway there, we're still probably doing pretty well. But yeah, it would be very interesting if we could build, $1 million product on stream. I think that'd be a fascinating little kind of case study or just like experiment, really. Can we build a full business in public on stream? That'd be really cool. And then it would be absolutely crazy if you could build one to $1 billion. I'm not even remotely suggesting they would ever be able to do that, but I think that'd be a fascinating thing, right? I think, like, having worked in companies, like you don't see a lot of what goes on, and a lot of decisions and stuff get made behind closed doors. A lot of stuff happens that you never see, even when you work in the company, regardless of how big or small the company is. And it's fascinating to see kind of how those decisions are made. And obviously, being a one-man band currently, I can share all of that on screen, and we can kind of go through it all together. Okay, so Kimmy has committed the changes. Let's get Claude to do a review, shall we? We can clear the context, I think. Let me just get the latest commit. Code review. Awesome. And yeah, one thing I did say the other day was, like, if anyone can come up with some cool business ideas or product ideas they would like to see built, let me know. And if we build it on stream and you come up with the idea, if it makes any money, I will give you a good percentage of that as well. So, as I say, being totally upfront with all of this, sharing everything on stream. Well, not everything, because like some of the work I'll do off stream just because I can't stream, all day. I do some work when I'm in bed and stuff, just watching YouTube and stuff. Especially with vibe coding, because I can just ask it to do stuff and it will do it in the background. But we'll cover it all on stream, of course. So yeah, trying to be as transparent as we can. As often we find that people say they're making so much money on these things, and it turns out not to be true, or the way they've built it is not accurate to what they're representing. So being fully transparent. And you'll see, one of the interesting things here is you will see day 0 of any product that we build on stream. And you'll see the progress as well. I think that's one of the fascinating things as well. Having done some research around kind of YouTube success and all that kind of stuff, none of them ever give you the day 0 kind of view. They all just spout their amazing success and amazing statistics and all that kind of stuff, and then buy their course rather than kind of showing you how they've done it. They just give you a little snippet of their success, whether it's real or not, who knows. The only one I've seen that did that, I guess, was Mr. Beast. Like, he filmed that video ages ago saying he was going to be, have millions of followers and stuff, and he kind of followed through on that. Obviously, he didn't show tons of the behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff, but I'm interested to share it with you all and get the community input. What about you, Anubis? If you got to $1 million in revenue, would you have your thirst quenched, or would you still want more? Okay, so Claude is going through the changes. 40 lines of unreachable duplicate code. I mean, that is a bit worrying if that's the case. Let's have a look at those duplicate lines, shall we? I mean, there is no adapters.py. Oh, I guess it's probably, because this is RSS, right? So it'll be feeds, it'll be adapters. What line? 139. How was it? Command G? Was it Control G? Yeah, 139. Oh, yeah, okay. That's not good. It's a good thing we're doing the review flow then, because it's currently finding lots of issues. Okay, so we can go ahead and get Kimmy to, we'll clear the session here as well, I think. So at this file, please read this review in great detail and understand all the intricacies and the required changes. Then please implement the required changes. You are not finished until all changes are implemented and the review is taken into account. So the review flow seems to be working better than just me prompting. As I say, like, I haven't been reading any of the code really, so it's probably absolute trash. But the review flow seems to be picking up on some of those things, which is good. Okay. Right then, so apparently Claude is done as well on its changes. That is a lot of stuff. Oh, it's because it's slow to update, isn't it? I think. Oh, it's because I've not pushed it, that's why. Probably. Let me just push those changes so that we have... oh, I definitely told it to commit the UI changes, actually. I have told it like twice to commit stuff, but it hasn't done. Okay. Okay, can we please commit all the UI changes as a single commit for the UI? And then can we do a commit for the stake percentage changes as well, please? So normally it's like really commit and push heavy. Like it will just commit stuff without me asking, and it will just like do all that stuff normally without even being prompted. But today it doesn't seem to want to do that. So we are 2 subscribers away, guys, from 100. So we are getting there. 1 or 2 more streams and we should hit the first goal for the channel. Still at $0 revenue though for the main goal. That's a long one away. Long way away, that one. Okay, so Kimmy's busy doing those fixes. Claude should be doing some Git tidying up. See, it's annoying when stuff like this happens. I mean, I guess I should have checked really, but ultimately it just ends up burning tokens for stuff that isn't really building and adding functionality, which is not great, but it's the way it goes sometimes. So yeah, other things we want to do in the UI, I wonder. I mean, the database has obviously been wiped. I'm actually surprised. No, didn't want to do that. Oh, because it's probably doing commits and stuff, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, and I closed the server. That's probably other reason as well. Was it bun? Was it not bun? Oh, no, it's dev UI. So yeah, anything else in the UI that I can think we need to change? It's very interesting that actually, like the prompt of, make a really modern and clean looking UI, like a modern SaaS looking UI, all that kind of stuff, actually produced a pretty good looking UI compared to the other stuff that is generally produced. So pretty happy with that actually. Normally it produces just horribly terrible looking UIs. So okay. So where were we in the review side of things? Okay, so it's not done the review basically. Let me just have a look at the log. Git log, right. Okay, so we need to get it to do the review changes then. Or just check that it's done them right. Can you please implement all the requested changes in this code review for the bankroll changes? You must read the entire file in depth and fix all the requested changes. Okay. So how is Kimmy getting on? I've got a feeling Kimmy's stuck. Yeah, it just seems to get stuck today. I don't quite know why. Unless we've got... It doesn't seem to have multiple agents going either. Weird. Maybe we'll change the model. What is it? Control P, switch model. Is it Minimax I used the other day that seemed to be pretty good? Let me just check where we actually are with the feature. Oh, it's doing the requested changes in the review, right? Please read the review file referenced and then make all the required changes that the review mentions and then check off each review change. please. We'll see how Minimax goes. As I say, I think it did okay the other day. All the review items were already implemented. Previous session. Here's the checklist. Okay, so it says it's done them all. Well, can you please check them off on the review checklist, please? Oh, actually, no, it's not. That's not his job, is it? Sorry. We need to get the review going. Code review. Can you please check the latest changes, implement all the required changes in the review file, and make sure that the review has been implemented and we are happy with it. Just reference that as well so that it knows what I'm talking about. Cool. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. If you're new, happy to have you here. Do get involved in the chat. Do join the Discord channel, which is new. Link is in the chat. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. I'm trying to hit 100 subscribers. So please do subscribe. Okay, so Claude is now doing the review of the review changes. Minimax is doing something, which is good. Kimmy seemed to get stuck a couple of times today, so hopefully those changes can get done by Minimax. We'll then get Claude to do the review again and just make sure it's all good. Yeah, so with the content generation stuff, like I think I would have been able to build it quicker than it's currently being built, would be my estimation. None of the features we currently have are particularly complicated, particularly difficult to build. So I think I could have built it already, probably to a better standard than we currently have, but we'll see when we actually be able to use it a bit. Maybe we can do like a big review of all the code at some point as well and actually have a dive into it and see what's going on. But I certainly know there's lots of code. Having briefly looked at some things, like some of the testing is just absolute trash. Some of the code is just absolutely disgraceful as well. But as I say, we're not focusing on software standards in this channel or these streams. It's more product and trying to get revenue and market fit and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so that review is done and dusted then. Well done, Claude. Okay, you can commit the review file as well. So then what we'll get it to do is some UI updates so that we can just have a slightly cleaner UI. Anyone got any ideas for a name as well for the little the betting prediction competition? Let me know and we can add it as well. Let me just do what, like general changes. So let me copy this path. Please implement the requested changes in this document for the UI. So none of the general changes, only the UI changes that are suggested here, please. If you're not sure, ask and I'll tell you what they are. So we'll see if it can implement those. We can run the UI again. So just little things like ordering of dates and stuff not being visible. Minor fixes really in the grand scheme of things. But it would be good to get them fixed. So yeah, so it's interesting. Like, so this is just one of the markets, for example. So Aston Villa versus Chelsea. These are the predictions the models have come up with. So will it end in a draw? Both of GPT and Gemini say no, and Claude went for Chelsea will win rather than going for the draw. So the way it works is on Polymarket you have basically you have 3 markets per thing. You have like, will the home team win? Will the away team win? Or will it end in a draw? And part of the prediction thing is that it can pick which one it wants to go for, like what it thinks the best odds are, that kind of stuff. And obviously 2 of them went for the not a draw, and 1 went for a win. And it's interesting, like they've got way more confidence in their prediction than Claude does. So it's very interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see when we actually start making the full-on predictions, making the bets and start kind of tuning it and getting them to tune it, adding more stats in and stuff, like seeing how it all develops. And hopefully I don't go broke building this and putting money on it, but we'll see. Okay, so Minimax is still going, chugging through, spending my open router credits. Okay. So yeah, I do like open code. Is good. I guess the only thing is like I'm paying per credit or paying per token basically, whereas obviously I do have a Claude subscription. I don't know what we're at usage wise yet. So 32% for the week, so it resets in 4 days time. And for the current session, we're absolutely fine. So maybe what we'll do is we'll get Claude to do some of the content generation stuff as well, because Claude definitely is quicker and seems to produce better standards as well. So in the next streams, when I start doing that product again, we'll get Claude to do it as well. And maybe we'll reserve the open router stuff for just like testing various models and seeing how they work, and what the kind of stats are for them. One idea I did have, like I think it's been built lots by other people and companies, would be like, it would be interesting to have like a set number of prompts, like build me a web page that does XYZ, and then giving that to the various LLMs, and then seeing and comparing how they do it, and coming up with some kind of scoring system. I guess there is like the software engineering bench, and there's tons of benchmarks for LLMs already, but maybe we can come up with some that we think are interesting. Might be an idea to build a little product and maybe get some traction to the channels and stuff, but I'm not that interested in that one, probably. I don't think it's really monetizable in an interesting way. And to be honest, most things I want to build are not AI tooling with AI, if that makes sense. I think, although that is an interesting stuff to build, like building things like Claude Bot and MCP stuff, like it's not where I'm particularly interested in. I'm more interested in building interesting products around like content generation, and then interesting things like this, the betting stuff, that are just of more interest than AI tooling with AI and that kind of bit meta style of things, really. Although it can be quite interesting. Okay. So Minimax is still going. Seems to be running into a lot of issues. I think I'm going to have to get Claude to get involved in this one and just smash through the stuff, basically. Claude is definitely the best coding model that I've used by far. To the point that, to be honest, if I was using the other models, I probably wouldn't want to do vibe coding that much. Whereas I feel like with Claude, at least you kind of, the code not good, but at least you get somewhere, and you can make progress quite in a reasonable pace. Whereas I feel like with the other models, the code is crap and it often doesn't do what you want it to do. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, like, this is saying like updating all the tests, which just seems crazy that it has to do that. Yeah, do you know what? Actually, I'm going to interrupt Minimax here, and I'm just going to get Claude to smash through this because I don't think I kind of can't believe that it has to update everything. That seems a bit suspect to me. Either Claude and Kimmy are lying, or Minimax is just talking rubbish. So hold on. Git log. Yeah. Okay. So let's just remove all these changes, other than the review. I think. Get rid of that one. Okay. So let's abandon open code for now. Then let's get our main man Claude. Based on this review file, which you need to read in great detail and understand, please make the required changes and fixes that are mandated or suggested in the review, please. So let's see what Opus can do there. My hunch is that Opus is just going to smash through this fairly quickly. We'll see. Okay, Claude's still working through some of the UI changes. Again, I didn't do a plan or anything on that one. I just said go ahead and do those, Claude, because I'm pretty confident that Claude's going to nail these ones. None of them are particularly crazy. And the fact that it was able to build this dashboard in a one shot gave me confidence that it can make those changes. Yeah, I mean, it's given some icon. I wanted the actual icon of like Claude and ChatGPT and Gemini. Maybe the instruction wasn't quite clear there, but okay. So data sorting and fixtures and markets. Let's have a look then, shall we? Okay, good job, Claude. Liquidity, volume. Okay. So we'll give that one a check. Happy with that. I did just have a thought that I could add something, but I didn't think what. Slipped my mind now. Anyway, leaderboard plus recents full width. Yep, that looks better. Alignment's not great there, but we're fine with that for now. Model logos, they do need changing because they're just like not good. Collapse sidebar, yeah, lovely. Again, the animation is a bit like crap, but for our purposes, it's fine for now. Reasoning display, yep. So that is in like the model, I think. Predictions. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so that needs fixing. We'll get it to do it on hover rather than in fact, what we'll do is we'll get it so when you click on it, it opens up a little viewer, JSON viewer, and we can see it in a cleaner way. Okay. So for the model logos, I want the actual LLMs logo rather than just a circle. So it needs to be like the Claude logo, the ChatGPT logo, etc. For the reasoning display, we also, like, it's not actually fixed. Hold on. Let me, okay, please go ahead and commit those changes. I'm just going to commit them and then we'll get to fix the changes because otherwise it will get a bit confusing. And if I need to get involved, it's nice to have a clean slate. 1 million, where am I now? Welcome to channel Zerg. So yeah, we're probably about 80 to £100 down, I think. So that's probably what, like $150. Still fairly, very early days really. So obviously it's going to be down to start off with, and hopefully we can start to climb at some point. For the model logos, they need to be the actual icons. So the Claude Code icon, the Claude Sonnet icon, the ChatGPT icon, etc. Not just a colored circle. What else do I want to do? The reasoning as well, wasn't it? The reasoning also overlaps now. So rather than displaying it all at once, let's just keep it trimmed and then have, so when you click on it, it opens up as a modal and we can view it all instead. So yeah, in terms of where we are, like costs and stuff, so I'm 3 weeks deep in a similar project as you are doing. Awesome. What are you building then, Zerg? Let me know. Are you doing live streaming as well, or are you just building it yourself? Okay, so how is Claude going? It needs some access to stuff. So yeah, for the API calls in the application, we're using OpenRouter. I was using OpenRouter with OpenCode earlier with some, like, trying out some different models, but we generally found that none of the models are particularly great. They all take a long time and don't produce particularly good results compared to what Claude can do. And using Claude via the API, well, using Opus via the API is just cost prohibitive. So just sticking with my subscription at the moment. But yeah, the LLM prediction engine, that does use OpenRouter to pass the stats and stuff to the LLM to get a prediction. Okay, so you're building like a similar thing to see whether you can get the LLM to make money on the market, I guess. So interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see your results versus ours as well, actually, whether they're drastically different or not. So yeah. So is your goal to make money off the bets, basically? Is that your plan for making money? So for me, it's more of an interesting thing to build. I'm not expecting to make money off this particular kind of project. It's more of a hopefully interesting thing to build, and then hopefully to get some audience onto the channel and stuff that are interested in kind of coding and AI and building products and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Scrapped OpenRouter. Okay, yeah, so £400 down on OpenRouter, yeah. Yeah, so similar sort of experience to me then. So yeah, I think I've got the max plan on Claude. I've got the 5x plan, I think. So that's what, like, I think it's £100 a month or something like that. So it's not cheap. I think we've only ever hit the session limit once. We can probably see how we are now. Yeah, so for the week we may hit the limit, but we'll see. The review is complete. All items from the initial review have been fully addressed in commit. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that Claude is definitely the best. It's just smashed through the review apparently. I don't know why the UI is wrong on VS Code at the moment, but let's have a look. Oh, was that? No, that was the. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. Right, hold on. Okay, yeah, so this is the content generation. Yes, okay. So Claude's still doing the changes on content generation. So, yeah. Okay, so that's the dev server. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so Matt made the fixes. That's just absolutely wrong. Is that Anthropic's logo? Is it? I mean, the Gibberty and Gemini one are correct. Is that Anthropic's logo? Do they even have a logo? Sonnet 4 Opus. Yeah. Weird. Where are we here? Has it drawn the logos itself then, rather than? Okay, weird. How am I going to find this? Maybe model. That's the wrong repository. It's going to be competitors, isn't it? Model logo. So it's actually drawn. I mean, this is kind of where you go like, what the hell is it doing? Rather than just like using a icon library, it's drawn them. I'm impressed it's drawn them correct for ChatGPT and Gemini. Okay, for the model logos, can we please use an icon library rather than drawing them with SVG, please? Like, that is just a really bad decision to do that. So yeah, definitely one of the things where I'm glad I looked at the code, because like, what the hell? Yeah. Anyway, let's see what it's done on the other thing. Okay, so that's fine. Doesn't look that great, but that's good enough for what we want. Yeah, Claude is definitely the best. Nothing comes close so far from what I've seen. It's I don't know how much. Well, if the actual cost to Anthropic is what it charges on the API compared to the subscription thing, then it is cost prohibitive for pretty much everyone, I would imagine. Hopefully it's not, and hopefully they're not burning money on the subscription model, but we'll see, I guess. But yeah, if we can get to the point where the models are as good as Opus in terms of coding, and then we add in like the taste and the ability to write cleaner code, then I think that's a real game changer, really. Currently, it's very much just like crap code, basically, but like it's crap code. Like, it's kind of like a junior engineer. Like, it's crap code, but it works. Well, it kind of works. Obviously, I've not like released this to production or anything like that, so it's impossible to say whether it's fully what we expect. But what the hell is that? Okay, I'm not going to get focused on the logo stuff. Okay, we've got some logo. That's fine. Easy enough to fix at some point. Okay, so we've got the dashboard looking okay. Got the competitors. We've got the predictions. These are not actual bets yet. We've got this. Let's get it to structure that in a nicer way, actually. For the reasoning pop out, can we get the data displayed in a nicer way? Some way to format it in a clean way, please, so that it's actually visible rather than just kind of free text. I think it's JSON, right? From what I remember. What was it? Predictions. Yeah, so it's just free text. So we should really have that as JSON, because like it's weird that some of it's not. Yeah. Okay, let me get it to commit those changes. Yeah, go ahead and commit those changes, please. Then we'll get it to make the changes for that, because it should just be JSON rather than free text like that. So it needs to migrate to JSON-B and fix the data. Okay, what's it called for the reasoning? Okay, for the reasoning, it's currently stored as text in the database. We really should probably be storing it as JSON. Can we come up with a plan to migrate to JSON? Don't worry about the data, we can just wipe it, but come up with a plan to migrate the column to JSON, make sure we're writing to JSON correctly and then outputting it as JSON correctly. And then in the UI, we can display it as JSON, please. So like nice structure rather than just a free text with what we've currently got. Do not implement any code. Come up with a plan in the docs features for this particular feature. It's not a feature, but it's kind of the process that we're using. So yeah, Zerg, let me know what your flow is with the AI stuff. So currently I just kind of like prompt Claude like this. We've started to use the code review skill as well, which has been quite useful. I've not used Simplify yet. Maybe we'll try that next, which is the native code review thing, I guess. I did try and build a little tool to help automate some of the workflow stuff, but unfortunately it burns through MCP and tokens so quickly that it's not really viable to use, and you just burn through your session in a couple of hours, really. But yeah, there's a video on my channel about that flow that I was using. And then if you're interested in the tool, you can check it out. It is open source. It's not particularly great, but it might be interesting to look at. So this GitHub project, let me give you the Git repo rather than the npm package. Hello, Ishapt Plays. Good luck in your journey. I'm learning Fast API and recently finished Python OOP. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, good luck learning Python. How are you finding it? Hopefully Fast API is not too much of a problem. It's pretty simple. Fast API. It's pretty decent. Used it in one of my previous jobs. So yeah, pretty good. We're not currently using Fast API in anything. We're using TypeScript in the LLM prediction engines, and then the content generation is all Django currently. I don't know whether I'm going to regret that, but that's the choice that we made. So plan is currently stored as a flat pipe delimited string. Hard to display in UI, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Define a flexible but typed schema that works for both current weighted engine and future LLM-based engines. Yeah, okay, I think that's a sensible plan. It's quite a big change, actually, by the looks of it. Yep, go ahead and you can implement those changes, please. So yeah, if you're new to the stream, please do subscribe to the channel. We are trying to hit 100 subscribers today, if we can. We're 2 away. And yeah, if you're new, please do get involved in the chat. More than happy to interact and talk and answer questions and give opinions, all that kind of stuff. And also join the Discord as well. There is a link to the Discord in the chat. We'll be adding lots of things into the Discord as we go along. It's currently just new, but do join so you don't miss out. So one of the things we'll be adding in as well is for the prediction engine stuff, we'll probably add the ability for the community to compete against the LLMs. So maybe we'll add in a Discord bot, and then for each game, the community can vote on what they think is going to happen, and then we'll compare it against the actual LLMs, and then maybe the winner. If we win any funds, we can have a raffle in the community. But yeah, I think that's optimistic that we're going to make money from this. is my view, based on what I've seen. But who knows? Maybe the LLMs are able to predict things. After all, they are just prediction engines based on text, but maybe they can predict outcomes of sporting events as well. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, Claude needs some access to stuff. Not really used Claude in the content content repo yet, so a lot of the permissions are not currently there. So let me just grab these and grant them to Claude in here. Oh, it does have a lot of permissions, so ignore that. Oh, 151 tests passed. Here's a summary of every change made. Critical fixes. Okay. So what we can do is get the log. Oh, excuse me. Has it committed them? Please commit those changes. So we'll get them to commit it. We'll then get Claude to do a review of its changes based against the review that it already had. And then we'll see what it comes up with. Have we missed anything or not? We'll find out. Am I monitoring the context window? Pretty much no. I don't really look at the context window that much, to be honest. Maybe it's something I need to start doing. Generally, I don't look at anything like that. It just auto compacts is my current state. I'll just let it do what it wants to do, really. Line. Type status line inside Claude. Something like add a progress bar showing the percentage of context used currently. Cool. Let me give that a go and see what it does then. So this is that one. So we can do it on there. So this one. What we're doing? We're doing code review. We get the commit. I mean, it can just look at the log, but check the changes in this commit against the review file and make sure that everything has been done as expected. If not, let us know what needs changing. So let me just link this one as well. Copy roto path. Bosh. Yeah, go for it. So yeah, I mean, I have looked at like usage and stuff. So I mean, this is not context, I guess, but you can see your usage like this. Oh, I don't know what I just did there, but currently using it. Come back. Yeah, you can do that, Claude. Go for it. Making changes. Oh, okay, so that's the context window. Fine. Yeah. 100%. Never compact. Use a lot of memory files also. Yeah, I mean, like I haven't had any issues really with compacting. Can you kind of explain what you're running into with compacting as an issue? Um, Generally, like the only time I've ever had to compact really is when I've just been using the session for like tons of stuff. So like multiple features, multiple conversations, etc. Um, but even then, when it's compacted, it's not been an issue. Does it affect like your usage and all that kind of stuff? Let me know what your thoughts on that are. As I say, still pretty new to prompting. Well, yeah, prompting, vibe coding, all that kind of stuff. So I mean, if I look at my usage, I've got loads left until I'm not going to run out of usage in this session, which is good. Okay, so Claude's still doing that. Yeah, memory files, like I haven't used them that often, to be honest. Like in that article we read, like one of the things it mentioned was like having a research markdown file. We don't have in that project, but we do have in this one here. And having like plans and review markdown files seems to be working pretty well. I need to get it to update the research markdown at some point as well. It's massive now. That's the only thing. Anyway, but yeah, I haven't really used memory files. Make functionality, save memory files, commit push, clear in new session, ask you code review, write tests, clear. Okay. So what do you mean by the memory files then? Like what is in your memory file? Is that just asking Claude to create a memory file, or are you writing certain stuff in it? Like I'd be interested to know about that because from my experience with the files, like even the Claude Markdown file, uh, it just ignores majority of it anyway. So like I've had like the Markdown file say do TDD, do domain driven design, do this sort of thing, all that kind of stuff, and it just totally ignores it. So again, some of the success we've had is with the kind of the research, the plan, the implementing of the plan, those kind of phases, and structuring them with Markdown files seems to have been the way to go. And asking it to like, read this file in great detail, every single line, you must follow, all that kind of stuff seems to really make a big difference. So approve, every item in the original has been resolved. Cool, so we're happy with that then, according to Claude. Always seems to, let me just, has it checked it off? Or has it not? I'm guessing it's marked it as approved. Screw it, we'll get Claude to do it. Okay, please update the review file and then commit it. It's a bit pointless, I'm never going to look at them, but maybe interesting for the history. Yeah, so yeah, I'd be interested to see what the memory files are actually doing. Like, what does the memory file give you that you're not getting without the memory file? Because as I said, like from what I've seen, the more you have things like big markdown files and stuff, uh, the less it will actually listen to them. Like you're still, if you're giving it a memory file every time, you're using a huge amount of context every time, and passing in so much tokens that it kind of burns through it. Like that was the problem I found when I was using the MCP, right? Because with the MCP, it passes in those markdown files every single time, and it passes in the prompts and stuff that you have there. So what is normally a small like request to Claude becomes this massive one with tons of tokens, and then you just burn through your session really quickly. So yeah, we're keen to understand like what you're actually getting from having memory files. And if you've got an example, like if you've got a GitHub repo that's open source, I'd be interested to have a look at what it's doing. Okay, so kind of a dodgy there. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear. Like Zerg says, we've cleared the context, so we've got no data yet, right? We can clear this one as well because we've finished with that review and stuff. Still feels so weird to not look at any of the code and just accept what it's done, but that's where we are. Okay, so we've got this big plan document. Let's go ahead and get it to implement 1.5, or first we'll get it to plan actually. Was it shorts? Please come up with a plan to implement. Do not implement yet. Just create the plan document in the features directory. Do not implement any code yet. I think it's, yeah. So yeah, again, I found that you really have to say do not implement stuff yet. Otherwise, Claude just goes off and does its thing before you even know what's gone on, really. So yeah. Done, committed. Structured reasoning migration is complete. Okay, let's see if that's actually worked. I might need to run some migrations actually. Oh, sorry, a burpee. We'll see. Where are we? Looks like there's an issue. Yeah, so I probably have to, what was it? Burn, run, db, migrate. Don't show that. God, I'm gonna have to go change it again. I can do that actually because it's not. What was it? It was actually npm run. Was it API? Okay, let me just go off screen again and go delete that bloody API key. Definitely need to come up with a tool or some way to not leak my bloody API keys all the time. Because yeah, obviously if it's in the history of the thing, then it comes up and it's right pain. Anyway, all right. So apparently the reasoning stuff is done. Actually, let me delete the predictions, probably easiest because yeah, and just get that. The API key won't work, by the way, because I've deleted it. So, I write nothing to them. You'll find later when your projects become more complex, better is to start doing it from the beginning. Smaller memory files, don't have to use big ones. Sure. So what do you prompt it to write your memory files? Can you like give me the flow and the what your prompts actually are? So like I see you say like you save memory files, commit and push, clear, new session, but what's the prompt that you ask for the memory files? And then when you've got your memory files, what do you ask it to do with them? Like do you say like read this memory file and then do stuff, or what? Be interested to know. Because we do kind of have a as I say, like I don't necessarily think it's a good pattern, but we have this big research markdown file that is kind of the project state, I guess. It's probably not been updated today, but that's the idea behind it anyway. Yeah, okay, so we can see here that we've tried to make the bets to polymarket, and we failed because we've got no balance, which is what we'd expect because I haven't funded any of the wallets yet. We're still in the dev cycle, so to speak. So the fact that we're there, we're apparently we're $48 down. But it's good that it's working. It's looking. So let me have a look at this. Predictions. So the reasoning. Okay, so that's much nicer now. I mean, that's still not perfect, but why has it got? Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine. It's much better than it was. I don't quite get why it's got that there, to be honest. Maybe I'll get it to remove it. Where is it? Predictions. The label content. So what, it's showing the content, is it? Yeah. We'll get it to remove that. In the UI, we don't need to show the content in the reasoning, as that data is already showed in the JSON. So we just need to show the stats once, please. Okay, so on the content generation product, it's apparently created a plan. Cool. Again, not going to read this in great depth, basically, but it's come up with a decent plan by the looks of it. It's got some tests. It's got some patterns. Yeah. It's using celery, which I hated when I used it in my old job, but it's fine. Okay, you can go ahead and implement that feature, please. So yeah, I'd also be interested, Zerg, like, do you have any experience writing code prior to vibe coding? Let me know about that as well. I was a software engineer for 10 years, so I kind of know what I'm doing. Pretty confident with general coding stuff, to be honest. So if I need to, I can go and fix stuff. But the goal of all this stuff is to see how far we can get just on vibes alone. Okay, so the UI is actually, I'm pretty happy with it so far, right? So the recent bets they're pending. They should be failing actually because they don't have any context. And like we tried to make the bet and it failed. So we probably need to fix that. Okay, that looks better. Cool. So yeah, so we've currently got like the predictions are made, and we get recent bets, but because we don't have any money in the wallet, it's sat at pending. I need to kind of understand what the flow is and how we recover from that if we do at all. So we'll try and work out what the process is for that, because really, like the way this should work is we attempt to make a bet. We then, well, we should be locking the rows basically so that we don't make more than one bet. But try and make the bet. If we don't make the bet, set it to failed, or have a retry queue or something to be able to retry them in a idempotent way, so that we only ever make the bet once, basically. So these should be failed and like retrying or something like that, basically. We'll see what Claude suggests, basically. Yeah, okay. Oh no, so that's the wrong repository. Okay, you can go ahead and commit that, please. Okay, so Claude's doing that now on the Django side of things. Are we at 100 yet? Hopefully. 98. Come on, guys. If you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. If you've not subscribed already, please do subscribe. We're trying to get to 100 subscribers today. If we can, that would be awesome. Okay, so what I want to do now is just come up with an understanding of how the bets kind of state machine is, how it works, and how we plan to recover, etc. from that. What we'll actually do is we'll get it to update the research markdown file as well to reflect all the changes. This normally takes quite a lot of context and stuff, but it is useful. Can you please read the markdown file linked in great detail to understand the current state of the project? And then based on the current commits, please update the research file to match the current state of the project. Cool. So I think Claude is just Clauding on the content generation stuff. Again, like one of the core things we do say is like use TDD, but it's totally ignoring that and just doing whatever it wants. To be fair, actually, I didn't tell it to look at the best practices, but maybe in the review we'll get that to happen. Awesome. What do I want? I want this one here. Okay. So once it's updated the research file, we'll get it to look at the state machine for the status of the bets. I bet it's built it in a terrible way. I don't think you can have a cancel bet on Polymarket. I could be wrong. So pending, filled. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, makes sense. Okay. I wonder, actually, one thing we should also do is like be able to link from the market to the fixture, perhaps. That would be good. Oh no, we already do that actually. Fixtures. Or maybe we should be able to link the other way around as well. So, will Chelsea win? Yes. Will Brentford win? Yes. Will Brighton and Arsenal end in a draw? No. Cool. Maybe we can get the confidence on there as well, maybe. Oh, I guess you see the confidence there. Yeah, let's also get it to add the confidence to the bet UI as well, because that would be useful to know. Let me make a note of that. So that's done, that's done, that's done, that's done, that's done. Add confidence to bet UI rows. Awesome. So yeah, but I'll probably have to try out memory files, Zerg. Maybe I'll do some research on them and see how they work. So yeah, definitely still trying to work out what the best workflows for all this vibe coding is. Probably have to start reviewing code once we get beyond the kind of initial phases. Certainly if I'm charging for one of the products as well, I will want it to be a better standard than the code currently is. Okay, so apparently it's done. Let's get the changes reviewed then, shall we? Okay, please commit these changes. code, review, and then once it's committed them, we will pass in the commit. So yeah, I'm pretty sure in the content generation one, the skill here does say to look at these as well, the best practice files and stuff. Whether it does, I don't know. Let's look at this. What does it git log? So it should do a code review of that now. Cool. So my microphone is on red battery at the moment. So we'll give it another 15-20 minutes probably. And then we'll probably wrap up the stream for today. We've made some good progress though. We've got the dashboard for the betting engine. It's actually looking pretty slick as well, I think. We fixed a few bugs with the way that stuff works. We now have the ability for the LLMs to generate its own weights for our prediction engine. Still need to add in a lot of statistics and stuff to that, but that's again something that we can do incrementally. So yeah, pretty happy so far. And then in terms of the content generation product, still very early days on that. Not making as much progress as I would like in any way, shape or form. We're barely through phase one. So we're going to continue with Claude on that one and just smash through all of these, I think, and try and get to something that is kind of a very basic MVP of being able to use the product and see what's going on, as one of the goals is to grow the audience of the channel and the various other social media platforms. And to do that, I need to create content. So having some helping hand on that will be useful. I did buy like a little tripod and a light thingy to film stuff on my phone. I haven't got around to filming anything yet, so maybe I'll do it all based on the scripts and stuff that we get from the product, rather than me just coming up with stuff. Cool. Just twiddling my thumbs while the AI is doing what it needs to do. Okay, so it's updated all of that now. We can get it to commit the changes, I think. Yeah. Okay, you can commit those changes. And then what we'll get it to do is output a bit about the state machine for the bets and how that works, because currently these bets have failed because we don't have any money in the wallets, but they're set to pending, which is not correct. It should be in a failed state at this point, or in a retryable state or something like that, rather than just pending. So yeah, and I doubt it's built a kind of state machine or anything good in terms of the design and architecture for it. So we shall see. Clear the context then. Okay, so when a bet fails for a reason like not enough funds, it's currently set to pending and it stays that way. Can you please understand and output a plan document for the current state machine for bets, so what the current flow is, how it currently works, and what would be a better flow? So I think we need to have some kind of mechanism for like either retrying to make the bets via Polymarket, having like terminal errors. So for example, not enough money, that's a terminal error, we can't recover from that. So we need to put the bet in a failed state, for example. So let's get an understanding of the current status, get an understanding of a good state machine and how we would implement that, taking into account things like locking so that we don't have duplicate bets, etc. Let's create the plan markdown file in the docs features. Do not implement any code yet. So yeah, one thing I'm still terrible at is being concise and clear when I prompt. I still kind of ramble a bit and repeat stuff. But Claude seems to be pretty good, to be fair to it, at interpreting my waffle and coming up with good changes, good functional implementations. I wouldn't call them good, but okay. Please read this review file in great detail and then make the required changes. So yeah, it's good. The review seems to pick up quite a few issues every time, which is good. Well, I guess it's good that it's picking them up, potentially. It's bad that it's writing them to start off with, but it's the way it works, I guess. Again, just not reviewing any of this code myself. As I say, like, I think with the content generation stuff, once I get the MVP and it kind of working, I'll probably do a review of the code and see where we are with it, because that's one that I think can be a genuine product. The LLM prediction engine stuff is more of just a product to get people towards the channels and the streams and stuff, like an intrigue product rather than a revenue generating product, as I don't think we're going to make money from it. But maybe we can. Maybe we can have a thing where, if we do make money from it, we can charge it as a service or something. I mean, if it can make money, then I can get to £1 million quite easy. Just pour more money into it, basically, if it's profitable. But I highly doubt it will be. Bum, 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 bum. Do you use the co-work part of Claude or just the code part? So far, I've only used Claude Code. I've not used co-work at all. To be honest, I don't really have any use cases for it. Same with like Claude Bot. I don't need a personal assistant at the moment, and I've got no need for it. Maybe we'll come up with some use cases in the future. But yeah, it's not something I've used currently. And did I build that Vault toy myself? Yes, we did. We built Talkie Texty on stream. It's available on GitHub. So if you go to the website, I'll give you the link. Self-promo, of course. Of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you go to the website, you can find here the link to the GitHub Texty Talkie. You can then go ahead and either clone the repo and build it yourself, and then you can, build the product yourself. It's not deployed on the App Store or anything like that. You have to build it yourself. But you can go ahead and use it. It's entirely free, entirely open source. We did actually have a viewer the other day who created a pull request for it to work on Linux. He hasn't finished it yet. I think he was getting Gemini to do it, so maybe he'll finish it and then get the fixes done. Because we got Claude to review it and come up with a PR request, some changes. So yeah, all built on stream. You can even go ahead and watch those streams if you're interested and see how we built it and how it all works and stuff. Okay. And yeah, actually on the website, some more self-promo, why not? If you go to the streams bit here, you can also filter by Talkie Texty, and then you'll see all the streams that it was built on, basically. So you can filter by product, which is kind of cool. Cool. So the state machine. This is super important. So we get the LLM prediction, start suspending, settlement loop every 2 hours, market resolved, settled won, settled lost. Okay, so that's the current flow. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. That takes us one away, I think, from the first goal of 100 subscribers. Yeah, so we're one away. So whoever wants to be 100, go ahead and subscribe. So yeah, the current loop here, the prediction happens, we get pending, settlement, etc., etc. That's actually a terrible loop, basically. The flow is going to cause tons of problems. Yeah, there you go. It's even come up with all the problems that it's going to cause. Yeah, got no failed state. Obviously, if we get an error from Polymarket, we're screwed at that point. Pending is ambiguous. Yeah, it's not clear what pending actually means. There's no order confirmation. Polling to check that we've filled it or anything like that. Cancelled is unused. Yeah, I didn't think cancelled was a state really. There's no retry mechanism. Yep. So obviously, if we have network issues, there's a issue with Polymarket or something like that. That's going to cause the duplicate check has a gap. Duplicate check checks for pending fail bets, but if an API call fails, no row created, the next pipeline will run. Try again, which is good for transient errors, but could double bet. Yeah, so hopefully we need to do that. Locking is only process level only. Yeah, so that's not good enough. It needs to be database level. Proposed state machine, submitting, pending, filled, failed, cancelled, settled, won. Settled, lost. Yeah, I don't know why the cancelled actually makes sense, but we get make prediction, submitting, pending, filled. Yeah, that's fine. Submitting, failed. If it's terminal, obviously it's cancelled. Terminal or retriable. If retriable, max attempts, yeah, submitting, retry. If we cancel an unfilled order. Okay, yeah, I kind of don't get why we'd ever need cancelled personally. Like, we can just get rid of that, I think, entirely. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's actually fair, yeah. If the market can't fulfill it or was closed, that's fine. Okay, yeah, so, I mean, I think it's a sensible plan. The important thing really is the locking and the risk of double bets happening, basically. But it does mention the locking and stuff, so I'm just going to assume that Claude can do it. Risky, I know, but we'll go with it. Okay, please go ahead and implement that plan. Please do make sure you follow TDD and the best practices, and let's make sure we have very good testing to ensure we do not double bet. Okay. Okay, so that should have made those changes now to fix the pull request that Claude was asking about. Let's go. Code review. Check the unstaged changes against the review and make sure that they fulfill all the required changes in the review. And can we then approve or ask for more changes? Cool. So yeah, this has certainly been probably the most active stream chat-wise, which is great. I think it's definitely the highest number of concurrent viewers, which is awesome. So still one away from that 100. Looks like we're going to have to wait for another stream to hit that one. Slowly making progress, which is good though. So yeah, the dashboard's looking pretty slick, I think. So yeah, one thing I'll have to do is deploy this and get like a public URL and all that kind of stuff and give you guys access to it. So you can see what's going on. And also need to fund the wallet as well and get the other models involved and actually get it to start placing bets. Hopefully for this weekend. I think there's matches this weekend, are there? I would imagine there are. Scores and fixtures. Friday. Okay, so it's the FA Cup this weekend, which is a little bit annoying because we're just doing Premier League stuff. So I guess we'll have to wait. Maybe we can do Champions League. Should be easy enough to add the leagues in and stuff, and get the stats. So otherwise we'll have to wait till the 14th. So we'll see how we go. And yeah, another thing we can do as well in the future is add in different sports and stuff, assuming it's not costing too much money. So yeah, we'll see how we go. Maybe I'll put like £500 in it, and that'll be all. And then we'll see whether we get anywhere with it. If it makes money, loses money. We'll make a decision on that when we start doing stuff, I guess. Okay. Oh, go away, calendar. Okay. So Claude there is implementing. Okay. Verdict: approve all 8 items. Error handling redesign is particularly well done. So well done, Claude. On one non-blocking suggestion, add arrays, fetch error section, docstring since. Okay, we'll get Claude to finish that off. Okay, there's just one more suggestion to do, and then we can go ahead and commit those changes. Awesome. So yeah, then we'll wrap up on the content generation for today's stream. We'll probably let this one keep going, and then once the LLM has redesigned the state machine and stuff, I think we'll probably wrap up the stream there. As my microphone is going to run out of battery. I also need to go get some food and go to the gym as well. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys, and getting involved in the chat and stuff. Please do subscribe. Again, we're trying to hit 100 subscribers. And also join the Discord community. It is linked in the chat. There'll be more stuff coming in there in the future. So please do join. And you will stay up to date there, and you can reach out and chat to me in there. More than happy to interact with everyone. Okay, so that's committed those changes. Awesome. We'll go ahead and push those. Push those now. So yeah, and then the website will eventually update once the cron job runs. We should get a new stream. So yeah, that's yesterday's stream. So you can see what we built there. A bit of talkie texty and the LLM prediction engine. I still got a little bug, I guess I need to fix on the fact that it's the content generation stuff. I don't think it's here, but because it's a private repository, it doesn't quite filter through to the streams and stuff. So we need to work out a fix for that one. Shouldn't be too difficult to do. Yeah, go ahead. So yeah, but yeah, if you've missed any of the streams, you can always come to the website and have a look and see what tools were built on it. If you click through as well, you do see the commits to the repositories and stuff, and what's going on. Basically, the time is not right. It wasn't at 5:42 a.m. I'm currently in Japan, so the time zone stuff is obviously not correct. Bum, 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 bum. And yeah, of course, if there's any feedback on the streams, let me know. One thing I'm keen to understand is doing one project on stream enough? Is doing 2 projects at one go too much? Is it too difficult to follow what's going on? Let me know, and we can make some changes. As I say, still very new to all of this. I think this is stream 9, so we're not even in double figures yet. But yeah, overall, like the engagement and the number of people watching, I'm surprised by. I kind of thought I'd get literally no viewers whatsoever on the live streams, but to even have hit triple figures in one of them, or multiple of them actually, is absolutely amazing. But I definitely need to make more content for the main channel. This was kind of a channel that I was going to do kind of my life stuff in, I guess, and a bit about YouTubing and all this kind of stuff. So definitely need to make more content format, more content for it as well. But once we build the content generation tool, content pipeline, I'll get many more ideas and be able to make some more content. And I probably need to hire or get a freelance video editor as well to help me out, because I'm terrible at video editing and stuff. So yeah, if you know anyone or you are video editors yourself, let me know, as there will be work in the future potentially. Oh, it's not even started implementing yet. Ugh. It's all right, we'll let Claude off though. Okay, so it's making the changes now. Trying to decide what I want for dinner today. I had ramen yesterday, and basically every day this week. Well, every day for the past 2 weeks I've been in Japan, I've had it at least once. I had a sandwich for lunch, so not very Japanese, but it was okay. So yeah, hopefully we can get this state machine going today, as it would be nice to make that fix. And pretty happy with the overall look of the product. A few changes was you need to make, and sorry, it's being changed under my feet, so it's not quite visible, but yeah, you can have access to grab, go for it. But yeah, the fact that it was able to one-shot a UI, again, is pretty impressive, and it looks pretty slick. Lots of stuff we can change, of course, but compared to other UIs that I've had it build, it's way nicer. So yeah, so lots of changes to the content generation stuff today. I don't know whether we've actually made progress on that. I mean, actually, we can probably run the dev server actually and see what's going on. That's not npm, is it? It's make run. We'll almost certainly need to actually do CPU user stuff actually, because why does it change that? Oh, it's already okay, that's fine. So we can run that then. Let me grab the password. Super secure in my. Oh, it's deleted it again. No. There we go. Let's see where we are with the Django admin side of things. Cool, so we've got articles, we've got feed sources, periodic tasks, I would imagine. Yeah, and just all feeds. Okay, so we do have a task. which is good. I mean, I don't have Celery or anything set up. I don't have Docker containers or anything for that. I don't know whether it's even mentioned all that stuff, to be honest. Postgres. Okay, so we do have all the Celery stuff. Even needs Redis as well, which is annoying, but is what it is. So we should be able to test that tomorrow, I think, on stream and check that it's working. Because basically what it should do is we add the RSS data to the feeds that we want to consume, and we then run the task, and it should grab the latest content and then store it in our database, basically. And then once it's in there, we can add the future stuff of passing it to the LLM and getting the LLM to look at it all and determine what's going to make interesting YouTube and TikTok videos and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the fact we're kind of making progress is encouraging. I'm kind of regretting using Django now because I hate the Django admin, but it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Once we build, obviously this is just the admin dashboard, so this is kind of just the internal side of things for me. When we build, obviously we will build an actual UI and a fully fledged product and all that kind of stuff. So this will not be visible to anyone other than me and people on stream. So as long as it all works, I'm kind of happy with it. Okay, Claude's still running through that one. So did we hit 100? No, one off, so close. So I think this is quite a big change actually we're doing now. Yeah, it is. Because I mean, this is one of the things where, like, if I'd sat down and done the planning myself, we would have done this up front and actually had a proper state engine and like retry logic and all that kind of stuff. But obviously, I've just been prompting Claude, and it's not thought of this kind of stuff, and it's just done its own thing basically, which is a bit of, one of the things where maybe a better flow is for me to actually read the plans really in depth, come up with the comments and stuff. So maybe on tomorrow's stream we'll just do one product, and we can go into it a bit more depth and understand what's going on, and try and get things fixed and better, to be to kind of one-shot, well, not just one-shot stuff, but to do stuff in a cleaner way than we currently do, and avoid these kind of big rewrites of some functionality that we would have picked up beforehand. So yeah, don't forget to join the Discord, guys. And of course, if you're not subscribed already, please do subscribe. Okay. I think we'll give it until past actually. My microphone is about to die, so past is a nice round time. It looks like it's kind of close to getting done anyway. And yeah, then tomorrow, I guess we'll continue with the prediction engine on stream. We'll try just one product on stream tomorrow, see how that goes with people, whether we get more engagement and stuff like that, whether people stay on longer. But as I say, pretty happy that we've got a kind of cool UI. Obviously, it's not going to work now, but and we can make predictions. We can, in theory, place bets. Obviously, we don't know whether they're actually working yet or not. We'll find that out once we fund the wallet. Obviously, I need to deploy it as well and get it actually working on an actual platform. Yeah, I don't know where we can do it best, to be honest, because I guess one thing I do need to consider is the jurisdiction stuff with Polymarket, because I know certain places are banned. So I guess that will depend on where we host it. We might have to have proxies and stuff to avoid that, which may have issues with placing the bets and the odds and stuff. We'll have to think about that one, because that's not going to be the easiest thing to solve, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, it looks like it's just finally doing the scheduler. So yeah, okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today, basically. We'll come back on tomorrow, and again, we'll kick off with the betting stuff, well, the prediction engines, and hopefully we can make some good progress. I think we've done quite a lot today. Thank you for joining the streams, as always. Thanks for getting involved in the chats. And don't forget to subscribe, join Discords, etc. And I will see you all in the next one.